First of all, just the usual announcements. First of all, mobile phones, please, if you could make sure they're put to silent. Thank you. What's today, Monday? No fire alarms expected. So if we do hear the fire alarm, we go out to one of the two exits at the side of the room, down the stairs, and we congregate in the council's car park. We obviously don't come back into the building until we're told it's safe to do so. Everyone all right with stairs? Yeah. Good. All right. Thank you very much. We had a correction, Mr. Dygan, from your Appendix 3, didn't we?
Yes.
Those missing words.
Page 51.
Yeah. Do you think it would be best if this goes... we had your errata sheet, didn't we?
Yes. Do you want me to attach it to that?
Yeah. Is that an inquiry document?
It's CD.
It's
a CD.
Yeah.
Right. Well, could we have one CD and this could just be sort of added on to the end of it?
Yes.
I think that's the best thing, and it is, as I say, Appendix 3 to your proof. This, just those missing words. So, Mr. Young, did you want to say anything, or are you just sort of, right? Fine, thank you very much. Okay. So, it's very nice to see you, obviously. So we are going to carry on with Mr. Dygan today's cross-examination.
Thank you.
Is there anything anyone wants to raise before we start?
A tiny thing from me.
Yep.
There were those three PDFs that I circulated at the back end of last week. Two of them were legal cases, and one of them was the paper from Urban and Civic. It was just to check on whether Mr. Pereira and the team, and anyone else has got any views. I mean, the legal cases, obviously, I'm assuming are fine, but anything else really, and then just to see whether or not they can be given references, because I think the legal cases will come up briefly during these questions, because it's to do with AOMB benefit weighing and all of that stuff.
National landscape.
Yeah, sorry, yes, national landscape, exactly.
Yeah. I mean, yes, all right. Mr. Pereira?
Don't mind any of the material going in. Obviously, because of the stage we're at in the proceedings, I haven't had a chance to speak to Mr. Dygan about any of it, and I don't know
of course, yeah.
what he makes of it.
Fair enough.
Makes of any of it.
Yeah.
So I'd be cautious about saying that he should be questioned on it, because
Fair enough.
that would seem unfair. Obviously, he can be questioned on his approach,
Exactly, yeah.
but I think being taken to the cases would be a bit much.
Yeah, well,
be
I'm
frank.
going to give it a go at a high level, just to see how consistent or inconsistent it is, and then obviously you can either, I mean, in the end it's going to turn on submissions, as you say.
Yeah.
I'm not going to spend ages on it, but just a couple of questions of approach.
Well, okay. Anyone else got any views? Yes, Mr. Barnes.
Well, my clients do have a few concerns about the timing of the introduction of the documents, and also the relevance of the conference paper, but obviously ultimately it's a matter for you.
The timing of the cases is because it relates to the way that Mr. Dygan expressed himself in his examination in chief on the topic of national landscape exceptional circumstances. The timing of the conference papers, because the conference was last week or the week before, the relevance of them, well, the cases is, I think the relevance is obvious. The relevance of the conference paper flows out of a debate about what a master developer is that we've been having in this room for the last sort of however many weeks it was. So, yeah, that's it really.
Okay. Anyone else? Yes, Mr. Young.
So yeah, just in relation to that paper, I accept obviously it wasn't available previously, but obviously what I'm keen to know is what's going to be said about it. So as you know, despite the slight misunderstanding on the part of Mr. Simons when Claire Dickinson was giving her evidence, we have not questioned the master developer role at all. Indeed, Mr. Spilsbury's evidence is predicated on it, and you'll see from his CV that he has very significant experience of it. So nobody's questioning the master developer role, and when Melinda Friend thought that that was being questioned, I was able to correct him. But I don't know what's going to be said about it. I imagine that it's something that his planning witness may be asked about, and if that's the case, then I wait to hear what he says about it.
Right. And so does that, the logical conclusion of that is that depending on what's said, you might want to cross-examine Mr. Bashforth.
Yes, obviously, it's a new piece of evidence introduced, as my learned friend says, on a topic we've already discussed, a topic that has finished, but I'm not going to prevent him from introducing it.
No, well.
But it does obviously give rise to the fact that I might have questions. And I don't know what Mr. Bashford is going to say in his evidence in chief anyway. So, it may be that I don't need to ask anything.
Okay, well,
Fine.
Simon, you all right, Art?
Sounds good. So in that case,
Can I just ask a question?
Whatever.
I mean, it's always nice to see Mr. Young, but I was just wondering what the programme was this week, and
Mr. Young has no timetabled questioning of our planning witness, but obviously if he wants to apply for some in light of whatever's said about this paper or anything.
I don't think that's going to be a problem because we already said that Friday probably will be a bit light anyway.
fine.
So I've got no worries particularly about that unless it goes on for a very long time.
I'm not objecting. I just wanted to make
nor
sure
am I.
I hadn't missed anything or looked at a wrong version of the timetable or
I don't think so.
or
No,
something.
there's no time allocated because
Right.
obviously this has only just come up.
Yeah.
Um,
No, that's fine.
so that's all right.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. So just so people know, I'm here today and tomorrow. Unfortunately, I have to go to the High Court again on Wednesday and Thursday,
Okay.
defending the Manchester Spatial Plan, which is a fine plan, if I may say so. And I'll be back on Friday. So I will obviously fit round everybody else.
Well, it won't. I mean, it won't be till Friday anyway. Right. No, that's fine.
And you will notice that my team in various different guises has been here.
I
and
did
obviously
notice that. Yes.
I've been provided with notes and taking
you
a
have.
careful note of everything. Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. Well, I haven't actually said I'd accept it all yet, but well, I have no problem with the legal cases, but I'm just reading. I haven't finished reading the urban and civic paper, but
There won't be questions today on it if you want to reserve your position on that till tomorrow.
I suspect that any questions I've got will be for Mr. Bashforth anyway.
Exactly.
So, yeah. Okay. But I don't see any reason why I shouldn't accept it, because there's obviously plenty of time for people to ask questions if they wish to do so on it.
Thank you.
All right. Right. Anything else?
No, it really just then for later on, just if Mr. Dygan could somehow, well, maybe if they go up online, the legal cases on the IDs. I'm just looking behind you, man. Then he would have access to them when we get there.
I haven't read those unless they're the ones that have been in for a while.
No, they're the two that I circulated.
Yeah. I mean, no, I don't mean in the inquiry. I mean that they have been in the public domain for a while.
Oh, yeah. Oh, they have been in the public domain for
Which
years.
case?
Sorry. Yes, I'd misunderstood
In
you.
which case, I think I know about them.
Oh, I see.
So I don't worry about me. But
I'm happy to just sort of, if you like, list a few principles and see what Mr. Dygan says
Yeah.
about it, rather than take him to judgments, if that's easier.
have you read the urban and civic paper? No.
I wasn't going to ask about that anyway. But
Okay, fine.
Fine. All righty. Well,
All
let's
right,
see how
then,
we
let's
go.
get going. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Dygan.
Good morning.
Right, so we've been over some. Last week we looked at your support for the highways case of Mr. Young and the in principle support in highways terms that Swale has for the roads. We talked about your position on the viability exercise. We talked about AOMB or national landscape payments in the 106 and the issues that would overcome from your point of view, and that was where we stopped. So we're turning now into the meat and potatoes of the cross-examination, which is to say the section 38.6 exercise. And the first big limb, the first big heading really, is the development plan, about which obviously there's quite a bit to say. So the development plan itself then, the key part of it is the local plan, which is at core document 13.1, if you have that out.
I do.
Just let everybody find it. This will be a tab that people want to keep open for a while, so just let everybody find it. Core document 13.1, local plan. So. Adopted July 17, right?
Yes, it is.
So 8 years and a few months ago. Yeah?
Yes.
Adopted, examined and indeed adopted under the auspices of the 2012 MPPF.
Yes.
So since its adoption, the MPPF has been revised and updated several times. In 2018, 2019, I've lost track now. Well, obviously many times.
Yes.
Indeed, one of the big changes in national policy that's come post this local plan is the introduction of local housing need.
Yes.
Through the 2018 version of the MPPF and the associated PPG. This local plan was entirely preceded all of that.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yep.
We get a flavour as to how and when things were done that led to the plan. If we turn in it to, on mine it's PDF 11, it's paginated 3. Steps in preparing the local plan.
I see that.
Steps in preparing. So the engagement work begins in 2008, as you can see, at 1.10.19.
Yes.
That's when the engagement starts. So that is 17 odd years ago.
Without doing the maths, but that sounds about right.
Yeah, your maths sounds like it's on a similar level to my maths, which is not saying much. So then we've got a series of consultation exercises or draft plans that are gone through. The first was in 2011. That was the issues and options. Do you see? Jan 2011.
Yes, I do.
And then after that, there was a draft core strategy that was issued in March 2012, just reading down the page that summarises all of this. So Jan 2011 was issues and options after 3 years of engagement with people. And then in the fourth year, there was a Jan 2011 issues and options. Year after that, draft core strategy. That was in March 2012. Do you see?
Yes, I do.
But that didn't have, as it explained, all of the development allocations that were needed. So on the next page, we see at the top that there was something called a local plan part 1 that was issued in consultation draft a year and a bit later in August of 2013.
Yes.
And that also responded, as the text explains, to changes that had been brought about by the MPPF, which obviously came along in March of 2012. So lots to change there. And then the publication version that actually underwent consultation and then ultimately examination, obviously. The consultation version was issued in December of 2014.
Yes.
So although the plan itself was adopted in 2017, we'll come to some of the modifications the inspector required, the nub of the plan, if you like, the core of the plan, came about in the publication version, which was issued for consultation in December of 2014, over a decade ago.
So I see that. Just to note that, as I understood it, the plan period sort of started from 2016.
Right.
Rather than 2014.
Yes.
But I don't disagree. Of course, it says there December 2014 for the Part 1 publication version.
Part 1 publication. And we can see, just to keep on with the chronology, just so we're clear on what happened, the examination's the next heading, and we can see in the first couple of lines that there are obviously EIP hearings, and they took place in November and December of 2015. So that came a year after the publication version, where there were examination hearings. You see?
Yes, I do.
And then the following paragraph explains that there were then, the main modifications were required. We'll come on to a couple of them in a minute. But there was then a main modifications consultation. There was the need to reconvene hearings, therefore, in January and February of 2017. The inspector, whose report we're going to look at in just a moment, issues her final report in June of 2017, and then the plan is adopted in July.
I see that.
Yes, so that's just so our inspector's clear on how all of that came together. So just to put it in a nutshell, from first engagement to adoption that time around took, well, 9 years. From 2008 to adoption in 2017.
I see what you're saying.
And even from first issues and options, your sort of first stage Reg 18, if you like, to adoption took 6.5 years, from Jan 2011 to July 2017.
I can see that.
Okay, we'll come back to some of those timelines when we think about the current LDS and what that's suggesting is going to happen next. But anyway, this local plan, the most important policies in the local plan for the purpose of determining these applications are, we agree, out of date.
So I understand. So yes.
Thank you.
And if I could qualify that, ma'am, that in terms of being out of date doesn't indicate that the policies should carry no weight.
Did I suggest there that they should get no weight?
I'm just qualifying that I'm agreeing that it's out of date, which
Good.
is different from saying that the policies themselves that are relevant to this determination carry no weight.
Jolly good. All right then. Well, I mean, there was no suggestion, as I think you know from us, that all the policies that are out of date get no weight, but they're out of date. And they're out of date for more than one reason, aren't they? They're out of date because if we just turn to, would you mind just turning up the MPPF, which is another thing you're going to need on a tab that is
Yep.
a handy tab. The MPPF is core document 16.1, but I know that everybody has their own versions. Have you got that, Mr. Dyke?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Paragraph 11 on page 6.
Yes, I see that.
Thank you. We're in decision taking, so halfway down the page.
I'm there.
Thank you. So for decision taking, this, which is to say the presumption, this means C, approving development proposals that are called with an up-to-date development plan without delay. And just pausing there, we won't spend much time in C, but C's not relevant, is it? Because we agree there is no up-to-date development plan in Swale.
So yes, and I'd qualify that again. I mean, the plan is about halfway through its period. It's certainly not geriatric, as it were, in terms of a plan. And when you look at the plan policies, most of them are actually quite consistent with the MPPF.
Yeah, but is it up to date within the language of 11C?
No.
No. So we agree that we pass through 11C because there is no up-to-date development plan in Swale, and we get to 11D, right?
So just coming back to C, ma'am, It talks about approving development proposals that are called with an up-to-date plan without delay, and I'm not recommending approval in this instance, or the borough is not.
No, I'm aware of that, but even if you were recommending approval, C wouldn't be relevant because there's
I
no
understand.
So
Yes.
just to be clear, regardless of whether we're approving or refusing, regardless of what the Secretary of State decides to do, it's not going to be under the auspices of 11C because there's no up-to-date development plan in Swale. Correct?
Yes.
All right. So we move past C on an agreed basis because it's not relevant to the situation that pertains at the moment in Swale. And we get, don't we then, to D?
Yes.
Right. And just breaking down D bit by bit, The first bit of D says where there are no relevant development plan policies. And just pausing there, for the most part, we agree that there are indeed relevant development plan policies. So this clause is not engaged on the applications before us.
Not that first bit before the comma.
Exactly.
I agree.
And so we get to the or, and we move past the or to the second clause, which is to say the policies which are most important for determining the application are out of date. And then there's a footnote reference to 8.
Yes.
Right? And we all agree, don't we, that we are in this territory. We agree that this language that I've just read out after the or is engaged on the facts of this case.
Could be engaged.
No, wrong. We agree that the bit I've just read out, I haven't got to the 1 and 2 that come beneath. We're going to get there.
Okay, no.
So we agree, don't we, that the policies that are most important for determining the application are out of date within the language of 11D.
Yes.
Thank you. So we're in 11D territory. And just before we get to the 1 and the 2 that sit beneath it, obviously those are really important to understand them. But there's footnote 8 there that after the words out of date. Do you see?
Footnote 8. Sorry, could you?
The number. Do you see? It says It says determining the application are out of date, and then there's an 8 that takes us to footnote 8.
Yes,
That's
I
what
do.
meant.
Yeah.
And 8. If we just look down at what that says, it says at the bottom, this includes situations where ... there's no 5-year housing land supply with an appropriate buffer within the language of the relevant bits of the framework. I'm
Yes, I do.
summarising,
Yep.
but that's where
Yep.
you see that. And we are in that territory here, as you've explained in your evidence in chief, right?
So unless, if you go back to, no, sorry, yes, I agree.
Good. So we agree that that's one reason that the most important policies for determining the application are out of date. Don't we? Which is to say the lack of 5-year housing land supply.
Yes, well, has the potential.
No. Not potential. Just think about the question. I know you don't accept that we're in 11D2 territory, but you certainly accept that we're in 11D territory. You say that 11D1 policies provide strong reasons to refuse, but I'm not asking you about 11D1. I'm still in the first sentence of 11D. We're not talking about potential. We're talking about facts, agreed facts. You and me agree that the absence of a 5-year housing land supply in this case has the consequence that the policies most important for determining the application are out of date.
Yes.
Not potentially, actually.
Yes, that's right. And then if you carry on reading it.
Oh, we're going to carry. Believe me,
Yeah.
we got all the other words to get to. But there's nothing potential about the out of dateness. We agree it exists now.
Yes.
But my question was going to be, 5-year housing land supply is one reason
Yes, that's
that
right.
the policies are out of date, but it's not the only reason. They're substantively out of date as well, aren't they? They were prepared several versions of the MPPF ago, in a world where the plan was seeking to meet a significantly reduced housing target.
Yes.
So, in fact, it's not unusual, but just to be clear, the most important policies in this plan are out of date for more than one reason. They're deemed out of date as a consequence of footnote 8, which we agree on, but they're also substantively out of date because this, as we'll come on to, this local plan seeking to meet a housing target that's many hundreds of units lower per year than government now requires of Swale, and indeed national policies changed many times since this local plan in significant ways. All of that we agree on.
Yes, but
Sure.
I mean, footnote 8 is very clear about where, if you don't have a 5-year land supply, those policies relating to housing are out of date. It's less clear about the rest of the plan policies.
Okay, your summary of what footnote 8 says was wrong. It doesn't say that housing policies are out of date. It says the most important policies for determining the application are out of date. And I wasn't asking you then about footnote 8. I was trying to get to what I think we agree on. I think because you began your answer with a yes, which is that the most important policies in this plan for determining the application are deemed out of date under footnote 8, but there's something more than that. They're substantively out of date too because of material changes in national policy since this plan was adopted. Okay. On that we agree, I think.
I'm not sure that we do.
Do we not?
So what it's saying, for applications involving the provision of housing, situations where you don't have a 5-year housing supply, ergo that relates to the housing policies.
No. Have a look at 11D. Look back.
Okay. No, I understand what you're saying. Sorry, I was confused with that.
That's all right. I mean, policies change. I mean, in the 2012 MPPF, it did say something a lot closer to what you're suggesting, but it doesn't anymore.
Yep.
In this MPPF, and for several years, it has said something else. It says the policies that are most important for determining the application.
I understand, yes.
So,
That's not necessarily all policies, though, is it?
no. It's
No,
the
it would be,
policies most
Maybe that's what he
important.
meant.
Okay.
so
Well, it's not what you said, to be fair. I mean, you said the housing policies, and
no, that's right. And if you'd like me to clarify, so what I do agree. So if you have an application involving housing, and there will be a raft of policies that would be relevant to the determination of that application. And what it's talking about here, because that application relates to housing, and you don't have a 5-year housing supply. Therefore, actually, you need to consider that application not only in relation to housing policies, but other policies that might be applicable to the determination of that application involving housing.
That's right.
An example might be, for example, the settlement strategy.
Yeah.
Although not a housing policy, if the application is for housing and has an interrelationship with the settlement strategy policy, that becomes relevant.
That's a good example because there'll be cases, won't there, where maybe this is one where actually the settlement strategy policy is one of the most important policies for determining a housing scheme.
It could be, and that was just to clarify. I misinterpreted what you were asking me initially.
Not at all. But in such a case, is the one that we are positing. Housing case comes along. A settlement boundary policy is one of the most important policies for determining the application in the world, but there's no 5-year housing land supply. The effect of footnote 8 is to deem that settlement boundary policy out of date.
And unless, of course, there are, footnote 7 is applicable.
No, you've got to take this in stages. It's not an unless. We're not getting into 11D1 and D2. I'm asking you about out-of-datedness. And with respect, you've made that error 3 or 4 times now. I'm asking you about whether policies are out of date. I'm not yet asking you about what the consequences are of them being out of date. We're still at the second clause of 11D. We agree, don't we, that if in a world where a housing scheme comes along, obviously this is for a lot more than housing.
Yep.
In a world where a housing scheme comes along and it conflicts with, say, a settlement boundary policy, if the settlement boundary policy is, quote, one of the most important policies for determining the application, and there's no 5-year housing land supply, that settlement boundary policy will be out of date.
And
you've got to answer before you say and.
Okay, then no, and I'll just clarify that. The reason that I would say no is this application involves multiple different types of uses, quite separate and apart from housing, and those elements of the scheme which are unrelated to housing and have policies unrelated to housing which they're assessed against. So you wouldn't say because employment land falls foul of a policy, that's okay because housing is proposed?
Let's just try and work this through, okay? Just try and work this through step by step. I'm going to build we need to be clear on this because if there's a difference between us on the interpretation of 11D, it could actually be quite an important planning issue that the inspector may or may not need to explore. So let's see if there is one or not. Forget about this scheme just for a moment, and I want to just see where you are on the principle.
So
okay? No, I haven't asked the question yet.
Okay.
Just listen. Assume a pure housing scheme.
Yes.
Obviously not this case, but just assume a pure housing scheme, okay? Assume a housing scheme that conflicts with the settlement boundary policy.
Yes.
Okay, of which, of course, there have been many in Sittingbourne in the last 5 years. In such a case, if the settlement boundary policy is determined to be one of the most important for determining the application, that settlement boundary policy will be out of date in consequence of an absence of a 5-year housing land supply.
Yes.
Okay, right. So with that bit we agree on. And the same would go for, say, it was a housing scheme that conflicted with the, just to take another example, it's the same logic, the DM25 local gap policy. Hang on. In such a case, same case, pure housing scheme, assume that a decision maker decided that the local gap policy was, quote, one of the most important policies for determining the application, then an absence of a 5-year housing land supply would, under footnote 8 and 11D, deem such a policy to be out of date.
Yes.
Correct. All right. So there we are. So in fact, we don't have a problem there. This is both of these applications before the Secretary of State are, quote, applications that involve the provision of housing within the language of footnote 8.
Yes.
Are they not?
Yes,
So
they are.
the effect of the drafting in footnote 8 and 11D, in a world where we agree there's no 5-year housing land supply, which there isn't in Swale, is to deem that all of the most important policies, whatever they might be, obviously the Secretary of State's got to decide what they are, but whatever they are, all of the most important policies in the local plan for determining this application, these applications, all of the most important policies for determining these applications are all out of date within
No.
the language of 11D.
No, because these applications involve far more than just housing.
But that's not relevant. We agree that we are applications that involve the provision of housing so as to trigger footnote 8. We've agreed that, haven't we?
Yep.
On the facts of this case, footnote 8 is triggered. We agree that, don't we?
In relation to housing.
We agree that the applications that are before the Secretary of State trigger footnote 8. It doesn't say applications that are, footnote 8 doesn't say applications that are fully comprised only of the provision of housing. It says applications that involve the provision of housing. We agree that this is a footnote 8 case. Both of these applications trigger footnote 8, don't they?
Yes.
And because footnote 8 is triggered in respect of both applications, the effect of that is that the policies which are most important for determining the applications are out of date, as 11D explains.
This is where I disagree. I don't think so. If you have separate parts of the development with policies that apply to them, quite unrelated to housing, you wouldn't automatically say that policy is out of date. It doesn't relate to the housing.
Are you saying, just to be clear, on your approach, which it sounds like we're going to need to make submissions on, just on your approach acting for the local planning authority, there are, in your view, in this case, policies which are among the most important ones, whatever they might be. You'll have your own view as to what they are, but you think there are policies that are among the most important ones here that are not out of date. Is that the approach you've taken? And if so, just if you could tell me which, well, just give me an example of a policy that you have decided is in the local plan. It's one of the most important policies for determining the application, and your view is to the Secretary of State that, notwithstanding the operation of 11D and footnote 8, it's up to date.
Well, one moment while I just read it.
Of course. No, there's no rush. I mean, it's important for us to understand.
That's understood. Okay, so that's all right. So, Mr. Simons, just having read it again,
having read what again? Sorry,
the entire paragraph C and D,
and the framework. Yes, thank you.
So yes, no, I can. Policies that are the most important for determining the application are out of date. Yes, I do agree with that.
So just to be clear, then, hopefully we are then agreed that all of the most important policies, whatever they are, and I appreciate there's a judgment as to what they are, but all of them, not just the housing ones, but all of them are deemed out of date by consequence of the operation of this paragraph.
Yes.
Okay. But to finish where we started a few minutes ago, they can be out of date for more than one reason, can't they? They can be out of date because of footnote 8 and what that says, can't they? You microphones off just to...
Would it be helpful? We're going away from the most important policies, and you're now going general policies, aren't you?
No, most important policies. The
Still
11D.
Oh, right.
So most important policies for determining the application, we agree that they're out of date. Okay. But those most important policies can be out of date for more than one reason, can they not, Mr. Dygan, as a matter of principle first?
So yes, they could either, as it's set out there, either footnote 8, we don't have a 5-year supply.
Yep.
But there could be other reasons that they're out of date.
Precisely. And in fact, and that list of other reasons is, it's not a closed list. There could be all sorts of reasons. But in fact here, just to take a couple of the reasons, they're reasons that I suggested to you a few minutes ago. And one of the reasons relates to the fact that the targets in the plan in relation to e.g. housing have been superseded. In fact, to be fair, the employment targets have been superseded as well by work that this council's done. But the targets are superseded, and national policy has moved on considerably since this local plan. Those are two reasons to render these most important policies out of date that go beyond what's in footnote 8. Do you agree?
So you're talking about employment policies and housing policies?
Yeah. Yeah.
Or are you saying all policies?
Okay.
Sorry.
You're saying all policies
All of the
are
most important. Exactly.
Yes, okay, yes.
Thank you.
Yep.
Good. All right. So we agree then. Okay. We agree that the most important policies in the plan are out of date, and they're out of date both for reasons that relate to footnote 8 and, if you like, for other reasons as well. Let us, before we get into what some of those policies say, just review what the local plan inspector was saying at the time that she recommended the adoption of this local plan, which was back in 2017, as we've seen. If we could just turn up her, if we keep out the plan, if you can, or in a tab or whatever, and turn to her report. Her report is it's Inspector Turner, Sue Turner, and the report is core document 13.2.
Just bear with me.
Thank you.
I'm there.
Thank you so much. Just let the inspector get there as well. Yeah. Thank you. If we turn into her report, if you just note, just for the inspector's benefit really, and for under the abbreviations section, which is on the second page, the one IF comes up quite a bit later on, and those, as you'll see halfway down the list, that was her interim findings. When she says IF, she's talking about her interim findings that she'd issued, I think, back in 2015, just to make it all make a bit more sense. And obviously OAN, for anyone following along who doesn't remember that language, OAN referred to objectively assessed need, which, just to be clear, Mr. Dygan, and I know you know this, but just it relates to, if you like, the old way of working out what your housing target was going to be under the 2012 MPPF.
Yes.
That's been superseded by LHN, or local housing need, under the 2018 framework. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Righto. So, if we turn to her introductory page, page 4.
I'm there.
And she sets out the introductory dates and everything, the legal sections that she was talking about. And just to give a bit of history for our inspector, paragraph 4, she issued her interim findings, her IFs, I think in 2015, but in any event, among other things, what she told the council at that stage is that they needed to allocate more sites, and they needed to do that in order to meet full objectively assessed need for housing, and that led then to main modifications in 2016 to try and find some more sites. You see?
I do.
And that led to further resumed hearing sessions, as she explains at the bottom of paragraph 4, further consultation responses. And she says at paragraph 5 that in the light of the consultation responses that come in, and in light of discussions and taking account of the evidence regarding highway infrastructure, much more of that to come, but anyway, highway infrastructure that emerged during the resumed hearings, so she's talking about what happened in early 2017, it has become clear that in order to be capable of adoption, the plan should be subject to an early review.
So which paragraph are you on?
Oh, I'm so sorry. I should have checked that you were with me. Paragraph 5.
Sorry, I'm at paragraph. Okay, no, I see.
I'm sorry. Do you see with the bit I've just
Yes,
read
I do.
from?
I do.
First 4 lines.
Yeah.
So just to be clear, I know this is obvious, but it's taking it in stages. In part because of concerns about highway infrastructure, the only basis upon which this inspector, Inspector Turner, felt able to recommend this plan as being capable of adoption was with the proviso that it be subject to an early review. Correct?
Yes, it is. I'm sorry, I just can't see where.
I'm
I know
sorry,
that that's correct, but where
Take your
does it say
time.
that?
No. I want to make sure you're with me. The paragraph 5.
Yeah, so I see paragraph.
Okay, right. It should start in the light of.
Yes.
Okay, so in light of the consultation responses, I'll just jump
It's
down.
become clear that it's an early review. I see that.
Good. And that's your understanding, is
Yes,
that
it is.
this Inspector Turner's view is that I'll sign this plan off, as it were, but to make it capable of being done, it needs to be subject to this early review.
Yes.
Okay, right, we'll come back to that review. If we flip on in the plan, in the report to page 7,
I'm there.
right, there's a heading main issues.
Yep.
And the first of the main issues, issue 1, is does the plan set out a clear overall strategy for the area which is supported by evidence and the sustainability appraisal? You see that heading? It's the first, issue
yes, I
1.
do. Yes.
And underneath issue 1, the first sub-issue is the need for an early review.
Yes.
And about this, the inspector says at 18 that policy ST2, we'll have a look at policy ST2 in a few minutes, but just she's talking about it here, provides for an early review of the plan within 3 years of its adoption or sooner. Paragraph in the plan states that the plan should be short-term in nature and that whilst housing and other provisions should be boosted, that should not happen yet. We'll come back to this. Was the original plan as submitted. The reasons for this, given a focus largely on viability issues in Sittingbourne and West Sheppey and other major constraints on the strategic road network. That was the originally submitted approach. That was what Swale was seeking to urge on the inspector in the 2015 hearings. Short term, do not boost yet. And she issued, as we see from paragraph 19, her IFs, her interim findings. And her interim findings concluded that there was no justification for this approach. In particular, the local plan review was shown on the local development scheme as commencing in 2015, and little would have changed that would enable it to overcome the failure of the plan to meet a full OAN. So the IF stated the plan should plan positively for the full period. Do you see?
Yes, I do.
And then we get 20, which says that since the IFs were published, more detailed work on highway infrastructure required to deliver full OAM has led to the need to reconsider. So we're back into considering the option of an early review because more highway work's been done.
Yes.
That's considered, what can be delivered, as it were. The details of the highway infrastructure requirements are considered in more detail in issue 9, where it is acknowledged that in order to overcome uncertainties about the detail of highway infrastructure beyond 2022, the plan should include a commitment to an early review. And that's one of the things that she's required as a modification.
Yes.
And the plan does indeed require an early review, which of course was never done.
That's correct.
We'll come on to what the requirement
Started, but not.
was. Started but not finished. So it was never adopted either on time or at all.
No.
So this core sort of predicate on which the adoption of the local plan was endorsed by Inspector Sue Turner never came to pass.
No, that's not to say that considerable work wasn't done to try and make that happen,
Yeah.
but for various reasons it has not happened.
No.
And I'm happy to explain some of the reasons that have caused the delay.
Not quite yet, just because I'd like to keep moving through. But it's not so much why there was a delay, but in a delay there has been.
Yes.
And that's another reason, isn't it, why the local plan's out of date? Because it was only ever endorsed by the local plan inspector, subject to a review to be adopted by 2022 that never happened. Here we are in 2025.
Yes.
Okay. The next subheading is called Settlement Strategy and Two Planning Areas.
I see that.
And it talks about the technical paper, influences on the settlement strategy. It says the strategy takes account of the contrasting characteristics. I'm at 21, 4 lines down.
I see it.
Contrasting characteristics of two different areas, two different planning areas. There's the Thames Gateway, brackets TG, that includes Sittingbourne, Sheppey, and is a national priority for regeneration and growth. That's the first area.
Yes.
And then the other one is Faversham. It's rural hinterland and the Kent Downs AONB, where issues of heritage and environmental protection suggest a policy of restraint. Do you see?
Yes, I do.
So the plan, and we'll come to the plan how it actually does this, but she's considering the draft plan's approach very much to distinguish Swale into these two fundamentally different areas. One a policy of area of growth and regeneration, and the other a policy area of restraint.
I recognise that, and my errata sheet.
Oh, I know.
corrects my
We'll get to your
corrected
errata sheet. I'm just trying to build up why it matters which area you're in. But anyway, 22. During the examination, the strategy of steering growth towards the Thames Gateway part of the borough has been criticised. It's argued that the strategy of two planning areas should be reconsidered for different reasons, reference to work that was being done at the time. If you just go on to paragraph 23, to cut a long story short, the inspector thought it worked. She said at 23 that the plan's overall approach is informed by robust evidence, aligns with the vision, supported by the sustainability appraisal. Whilst the new Growth Commission's remit includes the whole of North Kent, there's nothing to suggest growth should be distributed evenly across the area. It talks about Sittingbourne and Kent Science Park, Queensborough, Rushendon and the Port of Sheerness as major locations for growth. Major locations for growth. Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey, big growth opportunities. Nothing in this paper that she's talking about to suggest a move to treat Faversham or the rural areas of the borough as a location for growth or a big growth opportunity. See?
Yes, I do.
So this is the Inspector Turner endorsing this distinction between the sort of Faversham and rural bit of the borough, area of restraint on the one hand, and then the bit where we are, which is to say Sittingbourne, Kent Science Park specifically picked out as an area of big growth, big growth opportunity.
And yes, and just to make it clear that when they talk about Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey, it is a very large area, which is most of the western half of the borough.
Yes, within which we are too.
Yes,
so
that's
we're,
right.
we're in the growth bit. We'll come on to your errata sheet, because you didn't used to think we were in the growth bit, but we agree now that we are. We're in the area where the inspector, when she's talking about the big growth opportunity, in the end of 23, she's talking about an area of land that includes both application sites.
Yes, that's correct.
And then at 24, she says that thus she's satisfied that the two planning areas are entirely consistent, etc., with the direction of travel suggested in the Growth Commission's paper. So she's signing them off, as it were. And indeed, at 25, she says that new housing allocations should maintain, do you see what she says, a broad proportional balance in growth between the two planning areas? Do you see? At
Yes,
20,
I do.
the
Yep.
plan, we'll come on to the numbers, but the plan essentially is putting 85% of growth into the growth area and the remainder in the rural area.
I think that's right, yeah.
That's when she's talking about proportions, that's what she's meaning. So it's a plan that actually, it's skewed, not skewed in a negative way. It's skewed. It takes a proportionate approach, a skew towards putting major growth in the major growth and regeneration areas, and contrastingly, more restraint in the areas around Faversham and the rural parts of the borough. Correct?
Yes, that's correct. And just to note that within the high growth area, the plan also has its own strategy within that high growth area as to where it directs growth.
Absolutely, to which we will come, because of course Sittingbourne is right at the apex, far more so than the Isle of Sheppey or indeed anywhere else in Swales. Sittingbourne is at the apex of that growth area.
Yes, are you talking about the town of Sittingbourne or the Sittingbourne wider?
Sittingbourne area. Yeah, we'll come back to that in ST3 and ST5 in a few minutes. Okay, so on that now we agree. Just a couple more references in this report before we actually turn to the plan that it endorses. Just to note what it says about housing numbers briefly, because obviously things have moved on, but if you just turn to page 10.
Yes.
Issue 2, is OAN justified and up to date? Talks about there was a submission of 14,000 homes a year originally, informed by a 2013 SHMAR. We don't need to go into loads of detail. There's a reference to a 2015 SHMAR, but in the end, if you just turn to the end of the of this mini issue just to see what the numbers are. At 45, there was an argument, if you see paragraph 45.
I see that.
There was an argument about actually updating everything in light of more recent data. But at the end of 45, the inspector said that any benefit of reassessing OAN a second time with the latest data had to be balanced with the disadvantage of further years without an up-to-date adopted local plan. Do you see where I'm at? End of 45.
Yeah, sorry.
So she was reaching a judgment of, yes, all right, maybe in an ideal world we use the most recent figures, but actually there's a real benefit in just having a plan.
Yes.
And so she said on that basis, at 46, she supported the proposal to stick with the OAN that she explains, which went into the plan, and it's one that nets out at 776 dwellings per annum, if you see in paragraph 46. Yeah?
Yes.
To be compared to the local housing need figures today of 1,048 per annum. Yes. Which is, as we were talking about earlier, one of the reasons that the local plan has become substantively out of date because the OAN on which it's predicated is completely superseded. You see?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Issue 3. Is the failure to meet full OAN justified? Because it's a plan that didn't meet full OAN. And we won't go over the detail because, as I say, in many ways things have moved on. But she notes at 47 this discussion about the split. So that there was a total delivery proposed of 10,800 homes, indicative split of 9,350 in the Gateway area and 1,450 in Faversham and the rest of Swale. Do you see?
Yes. Yeah.
And so this is that my 85% from earlier on. At paragraph 47, there's this, as she says, the split reflects this concept of two planning areas that underpins the plan settlement strategy. Do you see?
I do.
Do you note that word underpinning? From Inspector Turner's point of view, the whole settlement strategy is underpinned by this concept of two completely different planning areas.
Yes.
And to state what I'm sure is obvious, it really matters, therefore, if you're going to understand and apply the settlement strategy properly, which planning area you're in, because the whole settlement strategy is underpinned by that analysis.
Yes.
We'll come back to that one. All right, at 48, the plan cites 3 broad reasons to justify not planning to deliver full OAN. One of them is about viability and deliverability. And there are other things, as if you read down 48, environmental concerns, agricultural land. This is all in paragraph 48. And the final one, obviously relevant here, infrastructure, particularly the impact of development on the strategic road network. Do you see?
I do.
So these concerns about viability, deliverability, focus of growth on the gateway, where viability is poorest, as she explains in the 4th line, which is obviously where we are.
Yep.
Environmental concerns, and obviously strategic road network infrastructure. These were things that were being put forward as reasons, well, we can deliver so many homes, but we can't go all the way, kind of thing. Do you see?
Yes, I'm just catching
So that's
up.
48. And then she goes on to consider at 49 that Swale's one of the weaker housing markets in Kent, with particularly poor viability in the Thames Gateway area where the settlement strategy seeks to direct growth. Do you see?
Yes.
That's at 49, and she says that the council recognises that short-term viability issues should not lead to a viability-led strategy, which could undermine the growth in the Thames Gateway. Do you see? That's the second sentence.
Yes, I do.
So, viability issues there are, the council knew about them, the plan inspector knew about them, but they were to be counterbalanced, in her view and the council's view, by the strategy of growing within the Thames Gateway area. You see? And that, she didn't want to undermine that, nor did the council. You see?
Yes, I do. I'm just reading that through.
Oh, of course.
Won't take me a moment.
Of course.
I've read the paragraph. I
Good.
understand what it is.
All right. So she did not want, nor did the council, to end up with a, quote, viability-led strategy, which would undermine, or could, she said, undermine the growth in this Thames Gateway area, which is supposed to experience major regeneration. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Paragraph 51. There was dialogue going on with Kent, and there was dialogue going on with Highways England as well, as you'd expect, at 51. And that dialogue at the time established a few things. It established that whilst transport capacity does not present a barrier to delivering up to 740 dwellings a year, a higher level would require further work on the transport model, possibly requiring a new model. Do you see?
Yeah, I do.
And a couple of lines down from where I've just left off, it says, the latest information on highway infrastructure reveals uncertainties about the details of projects needed to support housing to be delivered in the later part of the plan period. Do you see?
Yes.
And this was, I'll come back to, she explains it in more detail, but this doubt about the ability to deliver beyond 2022 without more detail on highways infrastructure pervades the report. It was one of the key justifications for seeking that early review, for requiring it.
Yes.
Okay. All right. That was 51. If we just skip ahead, only just another couple of paragraphs to just show you before we get to the plan. Affordable housing's touched on page 19.
I see that.
Thank you. Now, we'll come on to DM8 later on, what it actually says, but just so that we can understand the discussions that were going on about it, try and work out what the inspector thought about it at the time. 81 introduces this DM8 policy. She notes that the percentage sought varies across the borough, and this was based on a local plan viability testing and economic viability study from 2014. Ranges from no requirement, e.g. in Sheppey, to a 40% requirement in all other rural areas. This is the result of a balancing exercise taking account of the need to deliver infrastructure, meeting affordable housing need, and maintaining development viability. That's what she was describing.
Yes.
Yeah? And at 82, she says, the variable approach is consistent with the then PPG, which advises that viability assessment should ensure that the local plan vision and policies are realistic. You see?
Yes.
That's the first thing. She thought that DM8 was an expression of a realistic approach.
Yes.
Right? And she also thought that it was an embodiment of a flexible approach. So she made modifications to it, as she refers to them in the next sentence. Modifications, lists them all. Are necessary to reflect up-to-date viability information, to add flexibility, to determine housing type and tenure mix, and to allow for changing market conditions and individual site circumstances. Do you see?
I do.
So the inspector thought that what she was signing off is a policy that was realistic, that was flexible, and that was capable of accommodating changes in market conditions.
Yes.
And she confirms as much in the final sentence of 83, which says, 83, hang on 1 moment, 83 right at the bottom, says the policy, that's DM8 she's talking about, continues to set out a sound and justified framework for seeking affordable housing whilst allowing sufficient flexibility for site-specific viability evidence to be considered as part of the planning application process. Right?
Sorry, where are you now?
The final sentence of 83.
Yes. Yes.
I've just read out what it says, really. She thought that the policy would allow sufficient flexibility for site-specific evidence.
Yes.
Okay. And finally, just noting on page 21,
Whereabouts on page 21?
issue 8, employment growth,
I see that.
reference to the then current evidence on employment land, and obviously that was what led to the employment targets that permeate the local plan.
Yep.
See it, paragraph 92.
Yes, I do.
And we know now indeed from your own side's evidence earlier on in this inquiry, that those numbers have all been superseded by more recent evidence by Mr. Pestel, that's his name, and his team, which is another reason that local plan policies are substantively out of date, because the numbers upon which they're predicated have ballooned since then. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so that's employment. The next chapter is infrastructure. Issue 9, bottom of page 21 is issue 9. Do you see?
Yeah.
Strategic infrastructure. And if you just turn over and just note what's said on paragraph 99. More work required. More work required. She said it's clear that further work's needed to address the effect of the necessary SRN mitigation on the local highway network, she said at 99. It is, she thought, disappointing that the problems of this complex interplay have only been revealed in full at a very late stage in the examination, which is to say early 2017, and that it's not yet been possible to develop an agreed strategy for transport infrastructure. However, there are strong reasons why this should not be treated as a showstopper to prevent adoption of the plan. Do you see?
Yes.
So we'll come on to what those reasons were that she didn't think it should be a showstopper, but just so we're all clear then, it's absolutely clear that this was not a plan that was supported by an agreed strategy for transport infrastructure, certainly beyond 2022.
No, you are correct.
Thank you. So, put another way, it was only ever going to be a temporary stopgap.
It was always required to have an early review.
Yeah. The reasons that the inspector thought we should adopt it anyway, as it were, Swale should adopt it anyway. First, at 100, because there hasn't been at 100, paragraph 100. First, she says, just because there's not an agreed solution yet, doesn't mean there won't be. It doesn't mean there's no prospect of one, so there might be. All parties have expressed confidence that a solution will be agreed. You see?
I do.
And actually, just pausing on that one, there actually is an agreed solution now, isn't there? Not through a local plan, because local plan's still some time away, but so far as the highways side of this goes, which is what this section's all about, you agree, Kent agrees, Highways England agree, that an appropriate part of a solution is the completion of the northern and southern relief roads that this scheme would deliver, as we went over on Friday.
And I think, so potentially, I think the issue is what you're talking about here is resolving. There isn't a link that I can see between the relief roads and what they're talking about in terms of growth strategies.
You don't see any link between the relief roads that Kent have told us, as clear as custard, are absolutely foundational to Swale's ability to grow into the next plan period, and these applications. You've not spotted that link in the evidence.
So you're saying Kent County Council have drawn that link?
Have you read the local transport plan? Have you heard what their witnesses were telling us at considerable length in the highways section of the inquiry? Have you read Mr Young's opening statement?
I've read the evidence and I've heard the evidence from KCC, but I don't see. Certainly, the highway infrastructure could assist with growth, but I don't see that there's evidence to show that how that would actually help to unlock the growth that the inspector's talking about.
Really? And have you read the Peter Brett work from 2018, 19, 2021 that talks about the completion of these particular parts of highways infrastructure being the big bang, the central move to unlock strategic growth around Sittingbourne? You've read all of that?
The Big Bang was about unlocking growth around the Kent Science Park for employment land purposes.
Are you saying that you haven't spotted yourself in a review of the evidence any substantiation for the thesis that completing these relief roads is going to lead to major unlocking of growth around Swale? Is that your position?
Well, it will certainly unlock growth within the site.
Forget about the site. I'm talking about strategic growth around Sittingbourne and indeed Swale more generally. You've not spotted in the evidence support for the proposition that these relief roads are going to unlock growth around Swale more generally?
Well, certainly the evidence does contain that kind of information, but I think that's quite different from being able to say that the relief roads have been tested in a manner that shows how many additional housing sites might be able to be unlocked.
Okay. Righto.
I mean, there aren't decisions being taken by the council at this stage in terms of what housing growth options might look like.
Great. There are or there aren't?
They haven't been taken through full council. They've gone through sort of the committee stage, but they haven't gone further than that.
No.
And that's been delayed until after a decision's been made on the Highsted applications.
All right. So there was at that stage, at paragraph 99 of this report, not yet an agreed strategy for transport infrastructure. At 100, she explains that parties have expressed confidence that a solution will be agreed. Other than through the agreement, such as it is through these applications, there's no other agreement that's been reached through any other local plan exercise with Highways England or with Kent County Council for other solutions, right?
That's correct.
So although everyone was confident at the time that a solution would be agreed, in fact, the extent of agreement exists through these called-in applications and the statements of common ground, etc. That's it?
Yes.
Okay, that's 100. 101, it's common ground. It's common ground that failure to adopt the plan or a do-nothing option was not acceptable solution. And so we couldn't just sit on our hands and do nothing. Even in the absence of the development proposed in the plan, Kent state that local highways network would become unacceptably strained during peak hours within a 5 to 10 year period. So that's to say by 2020, well, I suppose 7 at the latest, given when she was writing this. And it would leave no framework for coordinating mitigation schemes required to manage ad hoc growth, and that similar highways impacts would result on alternative growth strategies. So in fact, we've got to do something, is the message. And it can't just be adopt no plan at all.
Yeah, that's correct.
And then at 102, Highways England and Kent, 102, have both confirmed that appropriate mitigation will allow the SRN and the local network to accommodate growth until 2022. April 2022. See?
Yes, I do.
So that was as far as we got on the basis of the then agreed approach to highways mitigation on the strategic and local networks. And the inspector notes in the final sentence of 102, the outstanding and unresolved issue in this case, so the thing that she'd not been able to put to bed on the basis of things having been raised in 2017, is the details of the highways infrastructure required to support the plan development after the first 5 years of the plan period. So what happens after 2022? Our Inspector Turner had no idea because there wasn't that level of agreement at that stage.
I see that.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And that was then why, she said, at 103, we need a review. Because if we're going to keep growing in a proper way after 2022, I'm just reading out what 103 explains that. And so she says at the end of 103, in these circumstances, a commitment to an early review is pragmatic, an appropriate solution that will allow the plan to be adopted. Right?
Yes.
Okay. And here we are, what, 3.5 years or so after the deadline by which a review was to not just be started, but actually finished and adopted, according to Inspector Turner, in order to avoid all of these problems. And we are where we are, which is to say we don't have one.
No.
Okay. Right. We're going to turn to the local plan. Now, it's 12:10. I thought we started at 11 something. So should we just press on until? I mean, basically, should we press on until lunch? If that's suitable? Yeah. Is that all right with you, Mr. Dyer?
Yeah. No, that's fine.
Do say if.
That's absolutely fine. If I need to come for break, I'll ask for it.
Please stay. All right.
No, I'm fine. Yeah.
As long as you do ask, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
Please do. Don't be backwards and coming forwards with any requests for breaks. Right then. So the plan itself, then, please. So that's all by way of background, really, to what was adopted in July.
Can I shut the?
You can shut the report.
Yeah.
So the plan itself, back in core document 13.1.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Right, so section 2 is the sort of introductory, it's called a journey through Swale. It's on PDF 15, section 2, taking a journey through Swale.
I'm there.
And on page PDF 16, there's the heading shaped by our location.
Yeah, I see that.
And we get the numbers. So the borough 2.1.4 has in it about 140,800 people. They primarily live in the 3 main towns. You see?
Yes, I do.
And of those 3 main towns, 2.1.6, Sittingbourne is by far the biggest, isn't it? So Sittingbourne's got a population of 49 at this stage of 49,300, compared to say Faversham at 19,500. It's the main town. It's the centre for population, centre for employment. It's the service centre, and it explains its interesting points about its location on the London-Dover Road and the history with the pilgrims and all of that. You see?
Yes, I do.
So Sittingbourne, and indeed Sheerness, as we see in the next paragraph, is even smaller than Faversham at 12,500. So Sittingbourne is, by a considerable distance, the focal point in really every way going of the main settlements in Swale.
Yes.
Okay. We see on the next page, picture 2.1.3. We've seen lots of diagrams and plans like this, and I'll show you a more detailed one elsewhere in the documents in a few minutes, but this is the first one that comes up in the plan that just picks out just 3 major constraints that apply to Swale as a borough, which is to say the Orange Wash, or I don't know whether it's, but I'll just say Orange Wash, which is the international and national nature conservation sites.
Yes.
Which spreads across, the Isle of Sheppey and all around the coastal areas of Swale. Do you see?
Yes.
And quite a lot of that stuff is actually co-terminus with the Blue Wash, and sometimes the blue wash peeks out from underneath it, because there's also in those same areas at risk of flooding,
Yes, I see that.
which spreads across massive swathes of the north of the area. You see?
Yes, I do.
And then you've got, obviously, south of the motorway, south of the M2, you've got the green wash, which is, as it was then known, the AONB.
Yes.
So we've got these very considerable planning and environmental constraints. I mean, we'll look at some more of them in a minute, but just even on this very high-level plan, they're obvious, aren't they? Plain to see. And you've got Sittingbourne, which is the main settlement, sort of sandwiched between them. Because to the north of Sittingbourne, you get the nature conservation and the flood areas, and to the south, obviously, you've got the motorway and then the AONB.
Yes.
All right.
Just to note, and you can see it, ma'am, that, you know, the area at risk of flooding, which is sort of like a bluey grey, it's around the coast, and I think it actually sits underneath the
That's what I was
orange
trying
wash.
to say. That they are. When I said coterminous, what I meant is that underneath the orange, you can actually.
Yeah, I
there
imagine.
are. So it's more blue than this figure
Yes.
suggests. This figure's decided to put the orange on top of the blue, but there are other plans that you can see the flooding areas specifically.
And some of those flooding areas you can see inland as well.
You can what? Sorry.
So with on land, let's say if you take from where the orange kind of stops, you can see areas of blue and lines or fingers running back inland, and
Yes.
that represents flow paths.
Right. Okay. Thank you. So that's just obviously we'll get into that in a little bit more detail in a moment, but that's just a starting point. Now, the plan's interested also in the wider view, the wider context, and if you turn on to PDF 20.
The PDF 20 is that
There's a picture.
paginated 12, and it says
correct.
taking a journey to...
Correct.
Yeah.
And then
Yes.
there's a heading on PDF 20 that says thinking about the wider view at the bottom.
Yes.
And it talks about at 2.1.30, talks about various uncertainties that exist across Europe and global factors, all sorts of things, economic change. And then at the next paragraph it says, despite uncertainties, Swale is positively influenced by its location within 50 miles of central London. The Greater London region is a key driver of the UK economy. With emphasis on growth, investment and connectivity, Swale forms the eastern edge to the Thames Gateway Growth Corridor. This area continues to be the focus for growth. It has for the last 20 years been a key location for the delivery of new homes and sustainable communities.
I see that.
We know, as we've discussed already and as your errata sheet makes clear, that growth corridor, the growth corridor that's being described in the local plan, the key location for delivery of new homes and sustainable communities, that's us. Both applications sit within it.
They do sit within it, and it's just to note that the local plan had its own strategy for allocating development within the area of high growth.
Yes, it did, to which we are coming chronologically. All right then. On the next paragraph,
The 2.2.
yeah, just let me 2.2, facing the future, our strengths, our weaknesses, opportunities. We won't go through all the different strengths and weaknesses and opportunities. But at 2.2.1, digest of the main challenges and opportunities as determined by the evidence, you see?
Yes, I do.
And there's the first one, building a strong and competitive economy. First bullet, 50 miles from London, good transport links, high-speed rail, easy road access to the motorway network, international rail services and ports, you see?
I do. When it talks about international rail services, and it is 50 miles from London. It's not very straightforward to get to London, and
It's not too bad, actually. I've done it about 50 times in the last 3 months.
okay. Everyone's experience with getting to and from London is clearly differs, and just clarify for me the. No, that's fine. You can get to all of those places, and there is a port in
All right, then. The point is that there are
There are.
There are, compared to lots of parts of, the southeast, let alone the UK more widely. There are some very, very strong locational characteristics in this part of Swale.
That's
this
fair,
part
yes.
of Kent that lend themselves to, if someone had the scheme to take it forward, that lend themselves to substantial economic growth.
Yes.
Okay. But that's not to say there aren't challenges, because in the same breath, if you like, as having explained those opportunities, a couple of bullets down from where we left off, it talks about poor performance in education, poor performance in skills, limiting the ability of local residents to access higher value jobs. It's next paragraph, net exporter of labour, relatively high unemployment, not generally known as a business location, further afield, and beneath the graph, which we'll look at in a sec, narrow economy with above average proportion of lower paid jobs. So albeit there are these opportunities, there's also, the plan is recognising these long-standing economic challenges that exist in Swale.
Yes.
And we get that represented graphically in this figure 2.2.1, qualifications and jobs, in the figure with the bar chart. Key indicators for Swale, and we see that both of these indicators, which is to say proportion of residents qualified to level 4 and above, and also the proportion of jobs that are managerial, professional or technical. Swale is lagging well behind Kent, well behind the South East, obviously, and certainly well behind Great Britain as a whole.
I see that.
All right. And there are further challenges too to achieving growth. If you just turn over the page again, do you see delivering a wide choice of high quality homes?
I do.
First bullet point talks about population growth due to in-migration. And the third bullet down talks about relative lack of affordability in the private housing market and significant shortfall in provision against overall housing need. Do you see?
I do see that. If just let me
Sure.
read that for one moment.
Of course.
Thank you.
So this is a plan that can see opportunities, obviously. It knows that Swale has these strong locational characteristics, but there are problems. There are economic challenges for the residents. There's not enough homes, and the homes are too expensive. Right.
Yes.
And then there's a heading, conserving and enhancing the natural and historic environments.
I see that.
And this is where we get this 60% figure. 60% of the borough is designated for international, national and local biodiversity and landscape value, reflecting an increasing recognition of the quality of Swale's environment as an asset. Do you see?
I do.
And so we've got this tension, haven't we? Which is to say, on the one hand, need for housing, lack of affordability, significant shortfalls, says the plan, against what needs are. Got these major locational advantages, proximity to London, all these transport interchanges, all the things I've read out to you, all these opportunities. Then we've got these challenges of actually doing anything about it. And one of the key ones that's recognised in the plan is that the majority of the borough is actually designated for something, and including international level designations for things like biodiversity and other things too.
Yes, that's right.
So it's a challenging situation. Swale is subject to significant levels of constraint, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And it's actually even more than the 60%, as Mrs. Brockhurst explained in her evidence. And if you would, it would be worth us just to put a pin in it, turning up her evidence. I know we haven't been there for ages, but she goes into that 60% and puts a bit of flesh on it to explain why it's even higher. And I'll just give you and the inspector the two references to turn up to. So it's Mrs. Brockhurst's proof of evidence. It's called document 37.3.2. And That's 37.3.2. And her appendices are 37.3.3. So if you could start with the appendices, but just turn them both up if you can, and then let me know when you've got them, and I'll show you what I want to show you.
It's just downloading.
Of course, sorry, I thought it might take a bit.
I have both of those up.
Thank you very much. Inspector, have you got them as well? Great. If we could just start with the appendices, just to show you the pictures, and then I'll just show you what she says about them. There are two to just show you. The first one's on PDF 16,
I've got that.
where Mrs. Brockhurst illustrates, she picks out the urban areas, which is to say, obviously, the bits that are already within, that's in
Yep.
the black sort of hatching.
Yeah, I can see
You
it.
can pick out the urban areas as in the settlement, obviously the settlement boundaries, etc. And otherwise, she's putting in all the different areas of different landscape values as per the key, if you can see on the right hand side. Do you see the key on the right hand side?
I do.
She set out some percentages underneath all the key. Might need some zooming, but she shows that across Swale, the urban areas, the existing urban areas, 9%. The national landscape, 21%. The area of high landscape value, Swale level, 4%. Kent level, 33%. Do you see? So this is
Yes.
just landscape, obviously.
Yeah,
not
no, I
flooding
can see
and
that.
stuff.
Yeah.
And if you just turn to the next diagram, plan LP8.
I've got that.
She overlays, Mrs. Brockhurst does, onto these different landscape constraints, obviously with the focus of her evidence. She overlays the development constraint categories from the Peter Brett work that we've not looked at for months now, but the different colours, the very highly constrained, etc.
Yes, I can see that. The one of the interesting, yes, I can see that.
Yeah.
Just as an observation, going to the areas that PBA looked at as being less constrained, for example, I would just note that they didn't include all of the conservation areas. Some have been included, and then others, for whatever reason, have not. And similarly, there are some areas that are
Interesting.
surface water functional flood zones, which some are reported and some are not. So it's just to say it's the unconstrained, less constrained areas, and those development constraints in some cases aren't entirely
Free of development. Free of constraint, you're saying.
Yeah.
Saying it might, the picture's actually more complicated than it might seem.
yes.
But notwithstanding that, the overall headline of this kind of plan is pretty obvious, isn't it? It hits you between the eyes. You've got, in Swale, a relatively narrow band of land within which it's possible, without infringing on these major international or national level designations, to have growth at any sort of strategic scale. It's broadly within the green, I don't know what we call it, but that green wash in the central band, not in the floodplain, not in the ecological areas of the European sites, not in the AOMBs, the national landscapes. You're wanting to focus, well, you have to, in order to minimise impacts on those designations, you've got to focus your fire in and around that central band, haven't you?
So yes, and I'd just note that, you know, in terms of very, very highly constrained areas, there are some within the site, and there are areas of high landscape value within the site.
Well, I know about that. I'm not suggesting that there aren't, but so we put this into context,
Yep.
areas of high landscape value, that's a local plan level designation.
Kent level.
It's a local plan designation. It doesn't exist any outside the
No,
local
no,
plan.
you're right. It doesn't
Right.
exist outside of the plan.
Not to. We're going to talk about it, obviously, and it's important, very important. But it's a local plan designation.
Yes.
I mean, national landscape, European sites to the north of the borough, the flood zones. Those are higher tier constraints. Those exist either nationally or to the north of the borough, internationally, don't they?
Yes, they do. I mean, I would say the same thing about ancient woodland. Now, that carries a very
Yeah.
high-level designation.
We'll come back to ancient woodland as well. But are you accepting with me, just at a high level, the obvious, which is to say that, what I think is obvious, but see if you agree,
Yeah.
that strategic growth in swale, we obviously want to try and avoid or minimise impacting on the national and international level designations if we can.
Yes,
And-
I agree. That would be the aim, is to try and locate it in the least sensitive areas to the extent that you can
to
do.
the extent one can.
And I would observe that the application, well, the southern application site actually does include some of those
Yes.
very high level designations. It's not as if the southern site is within an area where you can say it's one of the band, which is not affected by high level designations.
Okay. All right then. We'll go into the detail of the those designations later on. But broadly speaking, in terms of the spatial growth of swale, it's to this central band that we have to look, isn't it?
I would, yes, and what I would try to do is to avoid areas of high landscape value, for example,
Yeah. Okay.
and
you would
ancient
also,
woodland, and
you would also, wouldn't you, be trying to come up with a spatial arrangement that respected the spatial strategy in the local plan, and that focused major growth in and around major population centres,
yes,
aka Sittingbourne,
yes, and
most of all.
sorry, say that again.
Most of all
Yeah,
Sittingbourne.
most of all Sittingbourne. I was just about to sort of say Faversham, but actually Faversham's got quite a lot of
It's absolutely
constraints
covered,
around
isn't it? That's
Yeah.
the thing. Faversham's absolutely covered, north, south, east, and well, west as well, by all sorts of stuff. So and we're not even looking at local gap policies or other things too. But Faversham's actually, not obviously it's smaller anyway. We know it's well under half the size and hasn't got the same access to services and facilities and employment opportunities. But it really is. It's in the central band, and ideally it's around Sittingbourne that we're going to have major growth if we're going to square all of these circles. I think we agree on that.
Yeah, no, I think we do. I think
Okay.
the irony is that the southern application site is coloured in blue and red,
Yeah.
which is indicating that actually that's some of the areas that are constrained.
But the
which is
reason
exactly where
that
we're
it's covered in
proposing
blue and
development.
red relate to local. Anyway, we'll come back to them. But
Well, ancient woodland.
Ancient woodland.
I mean, I can also see the chalk pits there, which are local wildlife sites.
okay, all right.
And I can see Cromer's Wood, I think, which is ancient woodland being depicted there.
And it's your position, we'll come back to ancient woodland obviously later, but it's your position, just so the inspector's clear, that the extent of, that there's no policy justification for the loss of ancient woodland in this case at all.
We can come on to that. What I'm suggesting is that requires wholly exceptional circumstances to be demonstrated.
And we're going to come on to your analysis of it, but just so the inspector's clear on where you are, your position to the Secretary of State is, we're talking, let's remember, about, I think it's under 1/4 hectare of loss of ancient woodland.
That's right.
That's to be measured against the scale of public benefits on offer through this scheme to decide whether there are circumstances, whether they're wholly exceptional or whatever.
That's right.
Your position is that the extent of harm to ancient woodland, just taken on its own, forget about AOMB or AHLV or anything else, the extent of harm to ancient woodland itself outweighs the full suite of benefits on offer through this scheme.
Yeah, so my view is I don't think that there are wholly exceptional circumstances that justify the loss of the ancient
And
woodland.
is that because, just so that to understand, because I will ask you about this obviously, but I want just to understand what your case is it your view that from a planning balance point of view, the extent of loss of ancient woodland outweighs the full suite of benefits on offer through the schemes?
Yes. So there are benefits, and those are recognised. I just don't see them as being wholly exceptional.
And I will come back to what you think wholly exceptional means. We will do, promise. But just so we're clear on, I want the inspector to be able to gauge your approach, gauge where you're at, and almost calibrate her own thinking so that she, see where she agrees or disagrees with you.
Yep.
Your view is there's harm to ancient woodland. We know how much ancient woodland would be lost, something like 1/4 hectare.
0.21.
0.21. If one were theoretically to take that harm on the one side, just that harm, and balance all of the public benefits associated with this scheme, with these schemes on the other, your view would be that the ancient woodland harm would have the greater of the weights.
That's correct. Would you like me to explain why, or leave that for?
Well, we can leave it, but I just wanted to. Well, we will come back to it. I just want to understand that that's where your balance is.
That's correct, and when we get to it, I can explain why I've got that view.
All right then. And just then to parlay across into Mrs. Brockhurst's actual proof of evidence, where she gives us a figure, a number to go along with all those drawings.
So leave the appendices or leave them open?
You can delete. You can not delete.
Close it.
You can put them aside. And if you turn into her main proof of evidence, and turn it to page 18.
Yes.
There's a heading intermediate scale on there.
Yeah, I see that.
And she refers at 2.17 to her LP8 plan, which is the one that we've just looked at, that talks about the Peterborough constraints and all of that. Yeah. And she then says at 2.18, Mrs. Brockhurst does, that the following should be noted. She notes that 58% of the borough is subject to existing international, national, local designations and flood constraints, and she sets out a plan that shows them. And then she says at 2.18.2, in addition, the council's analysis of the landscapes identified further areas of protection through a local landscape designation, which would increase the area either designated or considered suitable designation to 68% of the borough. And in addition to that, 9% already urban, which are the black checked areas that we saw on the plan. See?
Yes, I do.
So on that maths, she's got 23% of the borough, which is both undeveloped and without landscape designation and without proposed landscape designation. See?
Yes.
So I mean,
well, just before I move on for that, so 23% is undeveloped, and 9% is already developed as urban areas.
Yeah.
Within the urban areas, and you'd have to look at this more closely, there may well still be opportunities for growth within the built-up boundaries.
How closely have you looked at that? Have you considered yourself the extent to which urban regeneration and densification within the settlement boundaries is capable of meeting Swales' local housing need?
So, yeah, as I understand it, that there are still sites within Sittingbourne.
Yeah, that wasn't an answer to my question. Sure, I very much hope there are sites within Sittingbourne, or else the trouble's worse than I think we'd thought. My question is, have you yourself considered the extent to which urban regeneration and brownfield densification within settlement boundaries as a strategy is capable of meeting Swales' local housing need?
So, no, I haven't gone into it in that detail. What I've looked at our policy officer's position in terms of identifying allocations that remain to be built out, consented schemes, and then what the overall housing need is for the planned period.
Not suggesting,
but I haven't got down to, and I don't think the borough has either in terms of looking at.
So actually, the answer is that I'm very much hope there are. I'm sure there are brownfield sites in Sittingbourne that need developing, but you have absolutely no idea whether that would be a viable strategy to actually meet L8Gen or even a proportion of L8Gen, because you don't know what the brownfield capacity of Swale is.
No, I couldn't quantify that. It was just to highlight that I don't think that you would say that the undeveloped area is the one and only place where growth might be able to be met.
No,
or a portion of growth would.
Don't think we've said that, but if you're looking for strategic growth, level growth.
No, I agree. In terms of the larger quantum of growth, yes, I agree.
So we agree that it is inevitable that greenfield land, if you like, so greenfield land outside current settlement boundaries, we agree that it is inevitable that such land will be required to meet the strategic growth needs of Swale in the future.
certainly the majority of it. I still think that there would be opportunities
I didn't say
to a
it's-
degree.
I'm sure, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I hope there are opportunities to a degree, obviously, but we don't know what that degree is. So what I'm saying is that we agree that it's inevitable that strategic growth in swale is going to require significant amounts of land that's greenfield and outside settlement boundaries. Not exclusively, but significantly.
That's agreed.
Thank you. Okay. Back to the local plan. You can put Mrs. Brockhurst's proof away. Thank you.
Local plan, yes,
Lo-
and there.
the local plan where we hopefully left.
It's about page 15.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, PDF 22.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm just going to get there myself. One sec. Sorry, I've just had it. Here we go. Right. Local plan. Sorry, just give me a minute. Okay. 2.2.3. There we are. If you could turn, if we could turn to page 24, PDF 24, so a couple of pages on from where we were,
Yes.
we get more plans. The map at the top with the blue lines shows some of the areas in Swale. I'll just check everyone's got that. Map 2.2.2 shows those parts of Swale that form the 20% most deprived, that are among the most 20% most deprived neighbourhoods in England. Do you see?
I do. Could I just make a comment on that? 'Cause
Just before you do, you
Yeah.
certainly can, but just to orient ourselves, we can see that there's several on the Isle of Sheppey.
yeah,
And we can also see, can't we, that there's 3 that are within Sittingbourne, and indeed they're coming awfully close to our site, aren't they?
I can see 2 in Sittingbourne, a couple in
There's
Faversham.
3 in. If you zoom in, you'll see there's 3 in Sittingbourne. I think so. There's a small one. Do you see
I do,
above
I
the
do,
B of
yes.
Batchild? There's a small area. So the centre of Sittingbourne includes neighbourhoods, well, at least one neighbourhood, 2 or 3 in total in Sittingbourne, that are among the most deprived in all of England. Correct?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, you were going to say.
Well, it's just slightly unhelpfully, it doesn't actually separate the island from the mainland.
Oh, right. Yes,
but
that's true.
You can see the most deprived areas, particularly we've got, say, Laysdown, and I think this probably reflects census information.
Yeah.
That I'm not disagreeing at all that that's a deprived neighbourhood,
Yeah.
but actually the population density
Of
in that
course.
part of Sheppey's relatively.
Exactly. No, that's why I wanted to zoom into Sittingbourne, because although
Yeah.
the areas, like, so look, as Laysdown is a big area, but in fact it's far less densely populated, obviously. Whereas if Sittingbourne's got 3 areas that are back to back, as it were, next to one another, and they're
Yeah.
each much smaller, because they're representing the fact that their population density is much higher.
I don't know what the populations are, but it could be that Laysdown is around about the same population as those.
Exactly.
I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah. No, I think that's right. Thank you. And then there's figure 2.2.3, which shows salaries, benefit, and household income levels relative to other locations, and it's the same. It's the same story, isn't it? I mean, these are difficult statistics expressed in different ways, but they weave together the same narrative, which is to say, if you look at salaries in Swale, they're down. If you look at job seekers allowance claimants, they're up. And indeed, the proportion of neighbourhoods with lower than average household incomes, higher than Kent, higher than South East, way above South East, obviously, and higher than England as a whole. Each time Swale is struggling with these economic indicators.
I can see that, but I would say this is from, and I don't know whether the situation has improved or deteriorated. It's just this information is somewhat dated.
Well, you could say that about lots of the plan. I mean, that's the problem. That there hasn't been an update to the local plan to show us what the situation is now.
No, it's just the source talks about 2010, so we're sort of 15 years on. However, ma'am, I don't know whether the situation has got better or worse. It's just to recognise this is from 2010.
All righty. Thank you. Sittingbourne is the next heading. Sittingbourne talks about this. Is talking, I suppose, about some of the challenges associated with Sittingbourne, the plan's view of Sittingbourne at this time, and there are 6 bullet points. We'll just note what they are, because this is the slightly more glass half empty approach to Sittingbourne, the plan that the plan was appraising at the time. So the first issue is the failure to provide a range of quality of public, cultural and commercial services expected for a town of its size and growth area status with insufficient spending retained in the borough. The largest town in Kent without a dedicated further education facility. That's the first issue. You see?
I do.
The second is poor transport conditions and public transport facilities into central areas of town. See?
Yes.
So transport conditions is right up there in the assessment of problems with Sittingbourne. That includes, obviously, the congestion in and around the A2, doesn't it?
Let's, I don't know. It doesn't mention the congestion. Not
It
within the
obviously
first 2
does,
bullet
though,
points.
does it? I mean, and it doesn't. But the poor transport conditions in Sittingbourne. I mean, there's absolutely scores of documents that you've seen, I'm sure, because you've sat through the highways evidence that talk about what they mean. And we're talking, aren't we, about many things, but they include the awful congestion that we've all experienced since March or whenever on the A2 through the middle of Sittingbourne, obviously.
Yes, I've experienced that. Again, sorry, it's difficult, ma'am, because I wasn't experiencing these issues when the plan was published to be able to make a comparison as to whether it's better or worse now.
Luckily, we've got highways evidence that's explained how bad it's got, and it's worsening year on year without a strategic solution, which was exactly what Inspector Sue Turner thought was going to be the case without a plan review. You don't have to have, I mean, I wasn't driving the roads here in 2017, but it doesn't matter, because we know from the evidence that things are deteriorating, don't we?
Yes.
Yeah. So, okay, poor transport conditions. The third challenge is the indistinct. Third challenge is the indistinct cultural and architectural identity of Sittingbourne, and it includes this issue: poor quality green urban environment. Do you see?
Yes, to see that.
Poor quality green urban environment in the centre and indeed to the north, including notable deficiencies in a number of things: parks, gardens, street trees, natural and semi-natural green space, amenity green space, play areas, etc. See?
I do.
So this is the plan that's recognising straight off the bat, so far as Sittingbourne is concerned, that lack of decent, if I just call it open space, publicly accessible open space, I'm using that as a very crude summary for all that stuff, that's a problem for Sittingbourne.
It's certainly reflected here.
Yeah, because it's a problem.
And I just, in my view, the planning applications don't offer, well, they certainly offer a partial solution to this, but they wouldn't alleviate this to a significant degree.
You don't think they'd alleviate it to a significant degree?
No.
Okay. Didn't know that was your view. We'll come back to open space then and how much weight you're giving it.
Yep.
Later on, because that's another thing where your weighting's changed since the officer's report. We will return to open space. So your position is all the open space on offer that we've been over, that Mrs. Brockhurst described in detail, and indeed others have described in right at the outset of the inquiry, no alleviation to a significant degree.
So, of course, it is of benefit. It's just there are things that moderate its effectiveness and usefulness.
To the extent that would not alleviate issues to any significant degree.
That's what I'm saying.
That's what you're saying.
I mean, so just to qualify that, ma'am,
Sure, qualify.
The application also includes, for example, sports hubs.
Yeah.
And that will clearly be of benefit to all those that are wanting to take part in active sports.
It's a good thing.
But what you're talking about is parks, gardens, street trees, which is slightly different in my mind to, although they mention allotments and community gardens are proposed as part of the scheme, and I agree that those are of benefit, as are the sports hubs.
All that semi-natural green space.
Well, that's of benefit as well. I just think that there are reasons why the benefits are moderated.
Okay, we'll come on to some of those reasons. I'll leave that as a cliffhanger if you can tell us what they are. All right then. So before we come on to our scheme, though, what the plan is saying is that there's a poor quality of green urban environment at the moment,
Yes,
and that remains the case now. It's not significantly improved.
I think so.
Yeah, all right then. Pockets of deprivation, we've seen where some of those are. Out commuting, I'm just looking down the bullet points, and the final bullet point is the potential undersupply of employment sites for industrial uses.
Yes.
Okay. Which again, before we leave this, that's still a problem too. In fact, we know from Mr. Pestel's evidence, we agree with him and with you, because you rely on him, don't you?
Yes, I do.
That there's still an undersupply now in as much as the need or demand that he's identified through his work is not met by existing pipeline or allocations at the moment.
Well,
Is it?
No.
Before you go off and talk about the emerging plan, it's not, is it? So at the moment, there remains an undersupply of employment land.
that's incorrect.
Right.
The supply of employment plan, the supply of employment land,
Yeah.
the borough has around about 8 years of supply on into the future. So if you're talking about the supply of employment land now, or if you're talking about, so I think we have 8 years of supply. Beyond that 8 years, though, what Mr. Pestel's identified is that there won't be enough supply and there will need to be additional supply. He's looked at how much supply you would need in terms of how much demand there is, and that's reflected in his evidence. And what he's saying is if you're talking about, say, a 15-year plan period, not just an 8-year of what we have left, but to cover the gap between the 8 years and the rest of the plan, it's around about 70-odd hectares of employment land.
That's right. So at the moment, the needs that have been identified by Mr. Pestel, because we've got our own evidence on this, but you rely on Mr. Pestel.
Yeah.
The needs that he has identified are not yet subject to being met either through permissions, pipeline, or indeed allocations. Are they?
Sorry, you're talking about the need beyond the 8 years.
The full need.
The full need, yes.
The full need that he identifies, we don't at the moment have any idea how those needs are going to be met. And he accepted that the needs, such as he's identified, are considerably greater than the quantum of employment space that this scheme would bring forward. Remember?
Yes, I do. And just to qualify, ma'am, we do have an idea as to how that full plan period need, the portion to meet the gap beyond 8 years, how that could be met.
How it could be met. I'm going to ask you about that also later on when we get to weighing employment need, because you're putting some weight, aren't you, on the list of so-called alternative sites?
Yes, I am. And when we get to that, I'll be glad to explain why where I'm coming
Let's
from.
just leave it with this for now, maybe.
Yep.
That list of alternative sites, if it's going to amount to something, would require expression through allocations, right? That's the way it would work?
Yes.
Through a local plan, presumably?
Yes.
And the emerging local plan in this case, how much weight does that get again? Can you remind me?
In terms of the plan policies, they're not formulated yet.
No. So how much weight do those theoretical allocations get in your determination?
So the employment land reviews, this is one undertaken in 2018 and updated in 2023. Those sites have been examined. So the borough has a committee process in terms of looking at things that are to go into the emerging local plan.
Yeah.
There are two committees. Those employment land, I'll call them the employment land review sites, the alternate sites. They've been considered by the first committee. It was resolved to take them forward to the second committee, who again agreed those. They took them forward to full council, who have agreed to progress that growth option in terms of the alternate employment sites. So they've been through two committees and full council.
So how much weight do the potential allocations of these alternative sites get, in your opinion?
Certainly, if you talk about the Highsted sites...
No, just listen. What you're talking about, I think, you're positing the prospect of theoretical alternative sites being allocated through an emerging local plan. That's what we're talking about. And I'm asking you, okay, how much weight are you asking the inspector to attribute to these prospective employment allocations?
I would say certainly as much weight as you would place on the employment space being proposed in the Southern Highsted application.
Whoa, really? Really? So how much weight is that in your opinion? Let's just remember that you've agreed repeatedly that the emerging local plan policies get no weight, zero weight. Do you remember agreeing that?
So I do, and in this regard, time is important.
Right.
So you've got Highsted on the one hand, and it's about 170,000 square metres of employment space.
Yeah.
Just putting aside the northern site for a moment, because there is employment space that could come forward on that site, but it's a smaller quantum, and it rather depends what happens with the NHS. So I'm just focusing on the southern site for a moment. So if you take into account whenever the scheme gets determined, if that's to be approved, there would be an amount of time that would be necessary to get things like highways consents for the junction on the M2. The Statement of Common Ground with National Highways indicates that that is a process that takes between 4 and 6 years. No doubt, once you get that consent, and the Statement of Common Ground is quite clear that there are various consenting scenarios, but at the same time, the Statement of Common Ground is also clear that there is a way through all the different types of consenting scenarios that might exist. But assuming, say, 4 to 6 years from when consent for the Highsted schemes is granted to obtain consent for the junction with the M2, you would then need to construct it. No, I don't know the construction timetable for junctions with the strategic road network.
I just want to pause you briefly. I don't want to just remember you're on the construction period for junctions.
Yep.
You did say all this in your chief, and that's fine. But this has to end. In order to answer my question, you've actually got to answer it it's about weight, okay?
Yeah, so
I've asked you a very simple question.
But you do need to let me finish.
No, I will, but as long as you remember to come back to weight.
I will.
Okay, fair enough. So you're on the chronology.
So then you've got to build it. So what I'm talking about is a time frame 4 to 6 years to get to consent. Then you would need to build it, which puts you around sort of 6 or 7 years. We've got an 8-year supply of employment land left. So there's not an urgent need, but there is certainly a need that has been identified beyond year 8, and Mr. Pestel's quantified what that would be. So when it really starts to become the case that we need that additional land, it will be around year 7, year 8, when the council's existing supply runs out. And that is about the same time that you could expect the Highsted schemes to be coming online with their employment space. And similarly, if the alternate sites, which have been through 2 committees and full council, the direction of travel for inclusion in the emerging local plan, if that's taken forward through the local plan process, I just think by year 7 and 8, it could have been adopted and allocated, and those sites could be coming out of the ground as well.
Great.
Comparatively, what I'm saying is that the two would be deliverable around about the same time.
Great.
The difference being that the alternate sites don't involve junctions in the Kent Downs National Landscape.
No, I'm going to come back to your position on the alternative sites, but amazingly, in that answer, you managed not to answer the simple question that I keep asking you, and I really do want you to answer it, because as I understand your position, the question's about weight. It's not about timing, it's about weight, okay? And you're refusing, I think, actually just tell me what weight. You are asking the employment allocations in the emerging local plan, what weight they should have. So I just want you to tell me, give us a word. You've told us on Friday what your weighing scale is. Hang on. You told us what your weighing scale is, and it goes from 0 to limited to moderate to significant, whatever. You've told us what weight the policies in the emerging plan get. You've told us already. You put no material weight on them. Now, I want you to answer a specific question, all right? Not with a chronology about when you think things might get adopted and delivered. That's not my question. My question is just about weight. Now, these alternative sites, if they may, who knows? I mean, I hope they are one day expressed as employment allocations that then lead to planning applications and permissions, etc. So my question is, how much weight do those emerging allocations, or whatever, how much weight do they get in the determination of these applications?
They certainly get weight. I'm just because of the early position.
Oh boy, come on, Mr. If you could just start with the answer, whatever it is, because I thought you'd say no material weight, because that's what you've repeatedly said in writing about the weight to be attributed to merging policies. But you can say whatever you want. You can say significant weight if you want, but just say it, whatever it is, and then I'm going to move on and I'm going to ask you about it. So how much weight do the emerging employment allocations get, Mr. Dygan? How much?
So just bear with me, Mr. Simons, while I collect my thoughts. Because the...
No, collect your thoughts and then answer. I don't want any
Okay.
more. You've really got to answer. This is taking me. It's not your fault, but this is taking a long time because you're not answering the question. So think about it first, as long as you would like, and then actually try and answer it, and then we can move on and ask you about other things. Yeah, and then it'll be lunchtime, exactly. So emerging employment policies in the emerging local plan, how much weight do they get, given, remember, they've not even been consulted on yet. You keep talking about the internal committee process.
Then I would say limited weight.
Limited?
Yeah.
So, right. Okay. Lunch. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right, we'll have a lunch break. We'll have our... we did start late, didn't we?
If 45-minute lunch were possible, this would be a good thing. I've got loads, and
Yes.
it probably will go into tomorrow as well. So I don't want to
sure
sort
it
of
will.
like, you know.
Let's say 50 minutes. Hang on. Let's say we will adjourn until 10 to 2. Okay, thank you very much. It's now 10 to 2, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So if you'd like to carry on,
Thank you very much indeed. Good afternoon, Mr. Dygan. Now, we were in the local plan and we were pressing on. We'll get some policies soon, which will be a real achievement. I know, very exciting. So section 3 of the local plan is on PDF 27.
Yes.
Lovely. Section 3. Oh, hang on. There we go. Right. Our vision, objectives, and indeed a key diagram. Is that where you are?
Yes, I am.
And we're told at 3.03, Swale's not a single place. Do you see?
Yes, I do.
It's not a single place. It's got 4 distinct parts. It's got Sittingbourne, it's got the Isle of Sheppey, it's got Faversham, and it's got the rural areas. And that's well understood, and it's recognised in this vision. You see?
Yes.
And then we get the statement itself, statement 1, the vision for Swale. And the first thing is that the first bullet, is that Sittingbourne's going to be transformed into an attractive, competitive, prosperous town with a thriving centre that residents across the borough are proud to use.
Yes.
A vision, an objective, noble one, obviously. Couldn't say anything else. It's a positive vision, but it's not one that's yet been achieved. Correct?
Yes.
Sorry?
Yes.
Thank you. Next page.
When you say it's not yet been achieved, do you mean
The transformation,
relating
sorry.
to Sittingbourne?
Exactly. What I meant to say is the transformation that's referred to and described, and I won't read it all out again, that transformation has not yet been achieved. The transformation's, if we call it it's a work in progress.
I agree, it's a work in progress. Certainly, Sittingbourne, compared to 2017, has had interventions which have made it more attractive.
Okay. And the place-based objectives on the next page. They've got the core objectives, which are across everywhere, I think, and then there's the place-based objectives.
Yes.
And there are 4, just on the next page, there are 4 place-based objectives, and obviously there's 1 objective per place, so there's referring to the 4 different parts of Swale that it's talked about. And the first one, Sittingbourne, and the objective is to re-establish Sittingbourne as the principal town with investment in retail, leisure, culture and community services, further education with new and improved green spaces and streets. You see?
Yes.
So, re-establishing Sittingbourne at the top of the tree is very much what this plan is about, including investment, including all the things here, including green spaces. That's part of it, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
So improving the green spaces is part of what this plan's trying to do. And as we've said, it is it remains a work in progress. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Key diagram. This may or may not require people to rotate their either their heads, I suppose, or their PDF pages. But a couple of pages on is PDF 30 as the key diagram.
I see that.
It might need I don't know how it comes up on people's screens. Just let everybody rotate if required. So the key diagram, this obviously is exactly what it says. And we can see the obvious, can't we? That Sittingbourne is there as the main, it's in that sort of dark reddy browny colour, it's the main borough urban centre.
Yes.
And we can see the sorts of constraints that we've been reading about earlier together. In particular, it is surrounded, isn't it, to the north and northeast, I suppose, with a variety of environmental constraints.
Yes.
And then there is, as you've pointed out, an AHLV that sort of goes around the KSP area.
Yes.
Although we do note, don't we, that the KSP itself is reflected in the key diagram as a regeneration area.
Yes, that's correct.
And then there's the motorway, obviously, and then we go into the Kent Downs.
Yes, and I just, as an observation,
Sure.
there is it's kind of like a light grey wash with an arrow,
Yes.
which is called a creation of strategic green corridor.
Yes, exactly.
Apart from this diagram, I've not been able to find a policy that refers to strategic green corridors.
Yes, thank you. I think Mrs. Brockhurst talked a bit about the creation of strategic green corridors, but thank you. I suppose, put it this way: at the moment, absent this scheme, putting our scheme aside, Swale has no proposals to create any strategic green corridors.
No.
Okay, so if anyone's happening, it's happening through this scheme or not at all. All right. And there's also constraints to Sittingbourne's growth. One moment. To the west, which might be an obvious thing to say, but to the west we've got the A249, which is a strong vertical feature, vertical in the sense of running north-south, linear feature that has the effect of presenting a barrier to, not an insuperable one maybe, but it's a major piece of the strategic road network, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
And so the ability to grow west is not straightforward.
I wouldn't say that the A249 acts as a constraint to development further to the west.
You don't think so? What about Newington and the ability to merge into that as another major settlement in Swale? You don't think going west presents challenges in terms of both the ability to deal with the A249 one way or the other whilst creating permeability into the town centre and to avoid merging into Newington?
Sorry, just make sure that I understand what you're saying.
Sure.
So I just suggested that the A249 is clearly a barrier.
Oh, it is a barrier. Sorry.
But not an insurmountable one that would prevent development. I do take your point in terms of you're suggesting that development might then coalesce with Newington. At the same time, you're introducing a relief road through the southern site, which could act as a barrier. And certainly in terms of as development moves towards the east, it would also coalesce, for example, with Tenham.
Are you suggesting that the barrier, quote unquote, the extent to which the Southern Relief Road would form a barrier is comparable to the A249?
No, I agree. It's not comparable.
They're not even vaguely similar, are they, in terms of their nature and scale? The A249's, as we've all driven on it, I'm sure, it's a major strategic part of the road network. I mean, it'd be wrong to draw a comparison between them.
Yeah, I agree. The A249 is a more significant piece of infrastructure than's proposed.
Say that again. All right. Thank you. So that's the key diagram, which obviously is what it is.
Is it worth highlighting at this point the growth area, or the area of high growth, just to make sure there's an understanding of how big it is?
You can do, but whatever you'd like to do.
And in the key, 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 6 and 7 from the top, you've got a blue dotted line, and the legend underneath is a pink dotted line. The blue being strategic area high growth.
Yeah.
And if you identify that, it starts out at sea to the right of the Isle of Sheppey and follows in through the Swale estuary and down and around to the east of Tenham, down to the M2, along the M2, pretty much to the edge of the borough.
That's the growth area,
That's
high
the growth
growth
area.
So we're within it.
Yes, that's right.
And this is the area that you'd thought until your errata sheet that we weren't in.
Yep. Yes, that's
now
correct.
You think we are in it.
Clearly.
And we'll examine the ramifications of that later. You said it was big. Is its size a reason, in your view, to attribute less weight to it as a component of the spatial strategy?
No, it's just it's clearly much larger than Sittingbourne. Although it's called Sittingbourne.
Yes, right.
It's not the Brown area. It's a kind of the western half of the borough.
Got it. So this is a plan that recognises that strategic level growth may centre around Sittingbourne, but it's not restricted to the built-up area boundary.
Well, you say that, but the local plan has a strategy for delivering growth within that growth area.
It's part of the strategy, isn't it? It's clear from the way that the boundary's drawn that you've literally just described to us that the plan doesn't expect growth to happen simply within the built-up area boundary. I mean, we agreed it before the break as well. You said that it's inevitable that strategic growth is going to happen on greenfield locations outside the built-up area boundaries. It's just a statement of the obvious. This is a plan
Yes.
that expects major growth to happen, not just within settlement boundaries.
Yes.
Okay.
Now, at the time that this was drawn in 2017, obviously they had its own strategy with allocations.
Sure.
It wasn't anticipating that outside of those allocations there would be development, but we're not in
Well,
2017
To be
now.
fair to the people who drafted the plan, it was anticipating that further development would be required. It just did what it could do until 2022, and then it stopped.
Nope, that's fair.
Yeah. And the baton was then passed to future plan makers, and that exercise never happened, or never culminated in a plan. So it was never the intention of those who drafted this plan that we're just going to sort of allocate what we've allocated here and then stop. They always knew that further strategic growth was going to be required, and the settlement strategy expects that growth. Well, in the growth area, the Thames Gateway,
Well,
doesn't it?
the plan goes over a 15-year period and allocated housing, for example, over that period. Since then, though, as we know, the housing targets have increased, and the estimate in this local plan and its provision for meeting the target back in 2017 is out of date. It
Yeah.
now doesn't meet
But
that target.
We know, and that's why we went over the whole back and forth over the review. We know that, yes, the plan had a plan period, you're right, but no one ever thought that the plan was going to be good beyond 2022, in that its growth strategy did not have the requisite transport highways infrastructure to facilitate OAN level growth. The inspector said, as we've seen, well, not a showstopper on balance. But this plan was only ever meant to be a temporary fix pending a highways solution.
That's right. So it was
Yes.
pending the highways solution. However, at the time, even when it was understood that it would be a temporary solution,
Yes.
the projections in terms of what would be needed for housing didn't just run through to 2022.
No, that's true. That's true. And the projections are now all out of date.
Yep, I
you've
accept that,
explained.
yes.
Now, if we turn on into the plan to page PDF 40.
And I've got a natural designated assets plan.
You do. 40. We've got map 4.1.1, which is a sort of another version of different maps that we've been looking at this morning, which shows slightly different sort of collection of designations, which is sort of self-explanatory. And then at 4.1.59, as far as possible, this is about the allocation strategy. We will allocate land which has the least environmental and amenity value, including using previously developed land where we can. This is 4.1.59.
I see that.
Whilst our development strategy can protect our most important international, national and local landscape and biodiversity designations, because we have insufficient PDL, this is coming back to something you were talking about earlier on, even at this stage, not enough PDL, quote, tough choices. Tough choices will occur in non-designated areas. Do you see?
Yes, I do.
This is a plan that recognises, when it comes to making allocations, obviously, and as you've explained, the housing numbers to meet are higher now than they were then. But even then, lower housing numbers, fine. But still, this is a plan that recognises tough choices in Swale are inevitable if housing needs are going to be addressed properly, and other needs too. Yeah?
Are you reading that, or you're saying that?
I'm saying that using what I've just
no,
read
that's
to
okay.
you
I was
about.
just trying to follow the
Sure,
text.
sure. Tough choices. Tough
Yes.
choices, and the plan's making them. And it would have been the job of the 2022 review to make further tough choices if it had ever happened.
Yes.
And when making those tough choices, we're told, in the next sentence, we believe that the high-quality agricultural land around the A2 corridor and the character of settlements and their separation should be influences upon where growth should be located. Influences. However, we cannot prevent some loss and erosion, as not to do so would create dispersed patterns of development that cannot easily be supported by services or sustainable modes of transport. And so overall, we've tried to strike a balance, etc. You see?
Yes.
So the risk, or a risk, that this local plan and its drafters were aware of and were concerned to avoid was dispersed patterns of development, not supported by services or sustainable modes. Right?
Agreed.
And the good news is that this scheme, or these schemes taken together, are, we agree, well supported by those things, services and sustainable modes of transport. We'll come back to that in more detail later, but you accept all of that?
I do, and just as a qualification, this is subject to all of those things being secured, and subject to that, Section 106
Subject to
obligations
106. Sorry,
and conditions.
of course.
Yes.
Subject to conditions in 106, this would be a scheme, you agree, and Swale agrees as LPA, that would be well supported by services and sustainable modes of transport.
Yes.
And therefore, and would not give rise, therefore, to the issue about dispersed patterns of development that the plan's keen to avoid.
Just let me think about that. So on the whole, no. On the whole, I agree with you.
Okay. Good.
I do think that there are elements of the southern scheme which are quite isolated and dispersed. I can think of one parcel of land in particular where the self-build is proposed.
And you would consider that to be part of a dispersed pattern of development, would you, that's not well supported by services or sustainable modes?
Yes.
You would.
I'm happy to pull up the plan and explain what I mean.
Yeah, go on then.
Southern Parameter Plan. But it's the same plot of land, ma'am, that I referred to previously.
Let's just have a look. Which
To the
bit?
south of the civic amenity
Yeah,
proposal.
Oh, okay.
that one.
Yep. Right.
Southern. Sorry. Southern.
Excuse me.
No, are you all right, Mr. Digan? Are you coughing wise?
No,
Have
I'm
a
fine.
drink, please.
I'm fine.
There's some water there as well if you want some.
Yes.
If you went to,
So it's the southern parameter.
8.3, CD 8.3,
Yep.
and the orange to the right-hand side of the existing Kent Science Park, you can see in orange the Household Waste Recycling Centre, and to the south of that,
Yep.
there is a parcel, a residential parcel, and I'd say that's dispersed and it wouldn't be particularly well connected to sustainable transport.
On what basis are you saying it wouldn't be well connected to sustainable transport?
Just because it's quite away from any of the centres where the transport hubs would be.
But we know, don't we, that the bus routes and all of that are reserved.
They are.
So I mean, this is speculating. Then you're on what basis are you saying that will be removed from public transport? You don't know.
No, I don't. I just think it would be more likely to have the bus routes going through the mixed-use centres than in that location. But you're right, access is a reserved matter. The final routes for buses be determined.
Yeah.
But I think it more likely that that site would not be well serviced by buses. It would make it more sense for the main urban areas to be serviced by buses.
Your view on that, is that informed by highways advice, specific specialist highways advice, or is that just your hunch?
No, that's my view. It's a logical view, but I do accept that the bus routes are yet to be determined.
Great. And you accept that the schemes, as a whole, looked at holistically, are supported by services and sustainable modes of transport?
I do.
Thank you. Right then. Which takes us to a policy. ST1. ST1 is on page 43.
I see that.
ST1, page 43. Now, it's general. We don't need to go through it in detail. This is the overall sustainable development approach. It's setting out. It's a sort of an embodiment of lots of the visions and objectives we've seen elsewhere. So we don't need to sort of dwell on it. But it's talking about, on number one, meeting identified needs for when it comes to the economy. Number two, it talks about strengthening the principal role of Sittingbourne, etc. We've seen some of the background to that. Do you see?
Yes.
Number four, accord with the settlement strategy. Number seven, when it comes to homes, it wants to meet full objectively assessed needs.
Yes.
It wants to provide opportunity. It wants to provide choice. I suppose things you'd expect. It'd be fair to say on 7A, that as an objective, the one about meeting full objectively assessed needs,
Yes.
it's failed. The plan, I suppose, delivery against the plan has very much failed against that objective, has it not?
Yes.
So that was the objective, but we're not there. And a number of other things, including obviously on the next page, lots of things to do with nature conservation.
Just before we move on,
Yes.
so just back it to 7A.
Yes.
So this is, requiring development proposals to meet the objectively assessed need, and I think you were referring to the plan has failed to do that, as opposed. So
There has been a failure. I'm not pointing fingers. There's been a failure for that to happen, regardless of who was to blame.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Okay. To unpick a bit more why, or what we're talking about, if we flip beyond ST1 to section 4.2 of the plan, there's the heading Assessing the Need for New Development.
yes.
And just underneath the policy box, and it explains what was being used at that time in order to derive what those needs were, including a 2015 SHMA document. See?
Yes, I do.
And then over the page, well, we've seen all of this in the inspector's report, but just to sort of tie it together, 4.2.5 ends up showing there's a need for 776 dwellings per annum in Swale from 2014.
Yes.
Yes, and that's what that shows. At 4.2.10, it talks about the significant environmental constraints that we've seen lots about already. Do you see?
Yes.
Due to the amount of land not affected, housing growth at the level of OAN would not significantly adversely affect the principal environmental assets, including local landscape and biodiversity designations. However, with this level of growth, other constraints come under pressure: agricultural land, local landscapes with low capacities to accommodate change, spaces between towns and village, and heritage value of certain settlements. So even at meeting OAN requires these sorts of compromises in the view of the plan.
I see that.
And the current housing needs, as we've discussed already, are considerably higher than OAN.
Yes.
Right then. Okay. Transport capacity, halfway down that page, 4.2.14. Seen it before in the report from the inspector, but just recorded in the plan. Kent advise that the local road network is adequate, brackets, subject to site-specific improvements, to accommodate growth levels indicated by OAM in the first part of the plan period. See?
Yes. Yes. We're
We're okay in the first part of the plan period. There are implications, the plan says, for strategic and local road networks beyond 21-22, need to be kept under review. And obviously, as we know, that was really the key reason for that the inspector required there to be an early review.
Yes.
Okay. Open space, 4.2.16. Council's identified, and we've again seen lots of references to this already, notable deficiencies in open space and sports provision in parts of the borough in a variety of evidence. Growth at the levels allocated by the local plan will require an additional, and it talks about 140 46.9 hectares of open space and breaks that down. Yes?
Yes.
And then over the page, a new open space assessment, next paragraph, is currently under preparation, which will be reflected in a future local plan review. Do you see?
Yes, I do.
And that's another one of those things that obviously has never come to fruition because of the lack of any review. I'm so sorry. 4.2.17, 4.2.17 refers to a new open space assessment currently under preparation, which will be reflected, quote, in a future local plan review. And so again, because there's no review, that's another one of those things that was never reflected in anything.
Has there been an assessment?
Not as far as I'm aware. I mean, we've got, from Mrs. Brockhurst's evidence, reference to a draft open space assessment that talked about us being in, the application sites being in an area of open space deficiency. But that was draft. There's been no, as I understand it, Mr. Dygant consulted on final open space assessment.
Not not on open space.
Yeah.
We have a built facilities assessment or study and strategy, and a sports and leisure strategy and assessment. So in relation to sports and leisure facilities, indoor and outdoor, yes, but I think this is really talking about open space, and that hasn't, we don't have an open space
It was
assessment.
done in draft, wasn't it? You might remember our sites fall within an area of open space deficiency, but in any event, never reflected in up-to-date policies.
No, correct. There's not a local plan that reflects it.
Okay. Deliverability, further down the page, there's reference to Peter Brett's work. We'll come back to that later. In terms of viability, assessment work has shown that at 4.2.20. One moment. 4.2.20, deliverability. In terms of viability, assessment work has shown that, and then there's 3 bullet points. The first is that rural areas, and to a lesser extent Faversham, enjoy higher values and thus can accommodate greater levels of affordable, you see, and cost.
Yes.
We've heard about that from Mrs. Dickinson, but I'll ask you about that more in a minute. Sittingbourne, however, needs careful treatment because it's sensitive to small changes in policy costs. Only limited development costs can be applied so as not to put development at risk. You see?
Yes.
And Sheppey has the lowest values. And so
Yes.
Right, so. Okay. And then in the next paragraph, we're told that although viability is slowly improving, there will remain difficulties for Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey, at least in the short term, combined with the poor national economic conditions that have already affected the rates of delivery achieved. The rate of future delivery is needed to ensure that a 5-year supply is maintained, will need to be escalated. So viability challenges in Sittingbourne then, but they will, the plan thought, continue in Sittingbourne.
Yes.
And that's a problem, obviously, not least because this plan is putting a lot of eggs in the basket of Sittingbourne's growth, regeneration, and becoming, you know, what do they call it, re-emerging as the principal centre, as we've seen. So you follow me. So the viability challenges in Sittingbourne are actually quite a significant problem in a way, even more than Sheppey, because Sheppey's a big problem. It has big viability challenges there, which lead to a 0% affordable target. But the difference is Sittingbourne is at the apex of the settlement strategy. Sittingbourne is what this plan is trying to regenerate as a principal town. Sheppey's not, obviously. Correct?
So yes, correct. I just I wouldn't devalue the Isle of Sheppey and its importance.
No, I didn't mean to do that. I'm just trying to draw a distinction. This is a plan that it's about, you know, looking at all the different areas of Swale.
That's understood.
Sittingbourne has a particular status at the top of the tree, doesn't it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Next page. There's a heading, arriving at our local plan development targets.
I see that.
And at 4.2.29, we're told that although the OAN cannot be achieved without adverse impacts on local environmental resources in some locations. Significant adverse effects on important international, national and local environmental designations can be avoided, whilst impacts on the strategic and local road networks should either be avoided or minimised to acceptable levels. In order to ensure this, so that's what the aim is, but in order to do it, any early review of the local plan will be underpinned by further transport evidence gathering and the adoption of a transport strategy by the borough and county councils. Right?
Yes.
And this is another one of those things, obviously, and I'm banging this drum repeatedly, but that did not happen, obviously.
You're correct.
So all the things that the plan, as it were, the strategy to achieve these development targets, to do it in the way that's set out here at 4.2.29, that was the thinking. The Inspector Turner explained the background to it in her report. It never happened, obviously.
No, it hasn't happened. That's not to say that work has not been undertaken to try and make it happen.
Of course. All righty. Nonetheless, meeting full OAN, do you see 4.2.30, final line of the page? It says, despite these challenges, it's talking about viability and deliverability challenges and all the rest of it. Final line of the page, despite these challenges, 4.2.30, the council believes that meeting the OAN in full with a housing target of 13,192, the then number, is a necessary objective. You see?
I do.
So the council's take is that meeting these needs, yes, there are challenges of viability, environment, highways, many challenges, but getting there on the numbers is, so far as the council are concerned, a necessary objective. It's not a nice to have, it's a must.
Yes.
And so the fact that it's been failed, even measured against OAN, let alone LHM, which we'll come to, the fact that it's been failed is a really important planning consideration.
Yes, it is. And I've set out in the appendices of my proof kind of the work that's been undertaken to date and some of the reasons why there have been pauses and delays.
Thank you. Okay, turning on. To PDF 50.
Yes.
This is where we're starting to get to these two planning areas that we've been reading about. So 50, we should have a 4.2.37.
I see that.
And we've got, and you've shown us where they're demarked on the key diagram. There are two areas. Within the borough, there are proposed variances and emphasis reflected by two planning areas. Do you see?
Yes, I do.
The first is for the growth area. That's the Thames Gateway within Swale, comprising Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey. That's the first. And the second area, modest scales of growth at Faversham and everywhere else, including the AOMB. Yeah?
Yes.
Now, that is in recognition of the following things. It's in recognition of this two-area strategy. The scale and character of the town, right?
Yes.
And the need to conserve and enhance important environmental assets.
Yes.
Right?
That's correct.
So these different features are recognised in this approach of two planning areas. And the very different characteristics, says the plan, very different characteristics between the two planning areas. Do you see?
Yes, I do. And I note where it talks about conserve and enhance environmental assets.
That's right.
And I'll just observe that the application involves a highway junction in the Kent Downs National Landscape and highway infrastructure through ancient woodland and development with an area of high landscape value. You would observe that, yes. And I'm obviously going to ask you about all of that. But for now, we're just on the spatial strategy. And this is a spatial strategy that's predicated on and that accepts that the two areas that it denotes are very different from one another. Very different characteristics, quote unquote. See? Yes.
And it has regard to, in the final sentence of this paragraph, growth opportunities, need to boost housing supply, viability and environmental constraints. You see?
Yes.
And the bit we're in, which is to say the first bit, the Thames Gateway area, 85% of development, in terms of housing development, goes there,
Yep.
which is to say the vast majority, right?
Yes.
And the rest goes around Faversham and elsewhere in
Yes.
the borough. And if you turn over the page, we get the Swale settlement strategy.
I see that.
And here we are, there we have it. So at 4.3.2, we're told that a significant part of the borough falls within a national priority area for regeneration, which is the Gateway, and the Gateway is obviously pictured below. Yeah?
Yes.
And we all agree that both both applications are in that.
Yes, they are.
The Gateway is supported at this stage, at the stage of the plan, as a strategic priority by the South Eastern Local Enterprise Partnership. One of its 4 strategic objectives had money. The Gateway's under the ministry, ... Its presence and the major regeneration emphasis that underpins it is a continued and strong influence upon local plans. Right?
Yes.
So this Gateway... Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, that's right. It's
Sorry.
No, it's just to recognise that the Thames Gateway transitions from RPG 9 through to Thames Gateway, and we now have the Thames Estuary Commission.
We do.
So it's just things have moved along. The Estuary Commission actually covers a bigger area.
Yes, it does.
So it's not as if... All I'm recognising is things have moved away from the Thames Gateway towards the Thames Estuary Commission.
That's true, and we've explained that in the evidence in particular of Mr. Dobson. But putting aside what's happened post this plan, I'm just asking you about this plan for now. I do appreciate that things have changed. A lot of things have changed since this plan was adopted. But my point is, and I think you'd agree, that the Thames Gateway, as was at the time of this plan, and its major regeneration emphasis, was a strong influence upon the plan's promulgation.
That's what it says. Yes.
So this is the fact that we're in it isn't just some peripheral detail. It's actually the existence and extent of the Thames Gateway and its major regeneration emphasis is actually really important to understanding the spatial strategy properly. That's what it's explaining.
So yes,
You
you're
agree.
correct.
Thank you.
Now the at this, if I go back in time, the focus had been on brownfield land in particular. In terms of the Thames Gateway, as it was dealt with within Swale, that was the focus, is brownfield land as such, and how to direct growth to that as part of the Thames Gateway.
Where does it say that in the plan?
Which is slightly different from sort of saying that, within the area of the borough, which is within the Thames Gateway, all of it was up for grabs in terms of high growth. That wasn't the borough's focus.
Yeah, and where are you taking all of that from? What's your evidence for that proposition?
And you would need to go back to...
Not me, you. You need to go back. If you want to evidence something, you tell us where to go.
I wouldn't be able to do that right
so
now. I'd need to come back to you on
something
that.
you've dropped in with no evidence at all. So your proposition is that when this plan's talking about the Thames Gateway, it's really only talking about PDL. And when I say to you, on what basis do you say that? Your answer is, I have no basis for saying that whatsoever.
No, that's fair. I don't have that to hand.
Thank you. Because actually what this plan does is a bit simpler than that. It distinguishes 2 areas, growth area and a what's the opposite of growth? A non-growth
Less,
area.
yes.
And it says 85% goes in the growth area, doesn't it?
It does.
It doesn't say 85% goes within the settlement boundaries. It says 85% goes into the growth area.
That's right.
Thank you. Okay. And at 4.3.3, we're told that outside the Gateway, so that's everywhere else, the eastern and southern parts of the borough, over the motorway, over towards Faversham, I'm inserting, reflect a more rural profile, characterised by the small market town of Faversham, its rural hinterland, and indeed the Kent Downs AOMB, etc. You see?
I do, and so I'm just slightly confused. So you're mentioning outside of the gateway area, including the Kent Downs, and noting that part of the application site for the southern scheme is within the Kent Downs.
We would accept, obviously, that the motorway junction is in the Kent Downs, but everything else isn't, is it? All the growth, the housing, the employment, the mixed-use local centres, the roads, everything other than the junction falls within the plan's designated area of major growth, doesn't it?
Well, it's in the area of high growth.
High growth, sorry, not major growth.
But
high growth.
Then this is, just to reiterate, the plan has its own strategy for allocating sites within the area of high growth.
Big time. And we are actually, you'll see at the top of the page, this is it. The Swale Settlement Strategy. That's what we're talking about. And we are moving through these policies in order to understand what this strategy actually looks like. And what we've agreed already, you will remember, is that this is a settlement strategy that is underpinned by properly understanding these two areas. That's what the inspector told us, and you accepted it before the break. There's the growth area and the non-growth area, and that underpins this settlement strategy. Doesn't it?
Yes, it does. And the plan then has its own strategy for allocating development within the area of high growth.
It does. And we're moving, that's literally what we're moving through at the moment. Okay. .3.7 over the page. It's the same idea that the inspector had set out in her report. 4.3.7. With these two, do you have that? With these two planning areas?
I do.
With these two planning areas, providing the overall contexts, the local plan sets out a strategy for the settlements within them. Do you see?
Yes.
So the settlement-specific strategies that we're going to come to, obviously because Sittingbourne's got one and Faversham has one, etc. An understanding of the planning areas sets the context for those, as this plan explains.
Yes.
Correct. Let me put it another way. Getting the planning areas right, understanding them correctly, is fundamental to the correct application of the settlement strategy in this local plan.
Yes.
Thank you. Fundamental to the correct application. Right. So let's just put a pin in that then and see how your understanding of the settlement strategy has evolved. Because evolve it has done. At the time of your officer's reports, you didn't think that we were in the Thames Gateway area.
In the committee reports.
That's what I meant. When I say committee reports.
The proposition that, or the question about whether it was within the Thames Gateway or, whether it was in the area of high growth or an area of low growth, that wasn't headlined in the officer's report. That was really as a response within the statement of case.
I see. So, sorry, didn't cut you off. Go on.
So within the applicant's statement of case, there's considerable emphasis on the Thames Gateway.
Got it. Okay.
And I then turned my mind to the local plan.
You did.
Which talked about Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey.
Yep.
Ironically, I'd recognised that this was an issue and it was correct within the statement of common ground.
Yep.
But not correct within my statement of case and within my proof of evidence.
Let's just work on it bit by bit. So in the officer's report, just to take it in stages, there is no recognition that these sites fall within the growth areas recognised by the local plan.
No.
That was the case officer's reports. Then we turn to the statement of case and the council's statement of case. If we could turn that up, and I'm just going to give you you might have it, but I'll just give you a core document reference to it. It is core document 33.2, if you could.
Do you have a page number?
I do. I'll just let everyone find the document first. So we'll do the Southern just because, but we could do either. But the Southern starts on PDF 21. Now, the section on site location starts on PDF 23 at the bottom, section 3. So PDF 23 is site location. Have you got that one, Mr. Dygan?
Yes, I do.
Good. You wrote this, obviously, as you explained in your chief. Right?
Yes.
Okay. Loads of references, but I'll just give the inspector a flavour. Obviously, she's read it already multiple times, I'm sure. But just to pick up a couple of references to this topic. Over the page, PDF 24, at 3.5. There's you're quoting here from our statement of case. So this is obviously a quote from from the applicant's statement of case. You're quoting in italics. Is that right?
Yes.
And you embolden the bit that says Thames Gateway growth area, etc., which is the thing we're talking about now.
Yes.
And then you in the next paragraph you quote a bit from the local plan. And I think it's a bit that we've looked at, or in fact, it's a bit we've just been looking at, but you embolden a bit there that talks about the growth area.
Yes.
Okay. So that's the point that you have in your mind that you're responding to. And your view at 3.7 is that the site, and here we're talking about the southern site, but you think the same about the northern site as well, as you explain elsewhere. The site is in the second area, not Sittingbourne and the Isle of Sheppey, which by that you mean you think it's in the restraint, the Faversham and elsewhere area. Correct?
Yes.
And that was the basis upon which you had prepared both the case officer reports and indeed both statements of case for North and South. Correct?
Well, certainly the statements of case.
Yeah. And
the question during the life of the applications, there hadn't been a strong argument that the schemes were. It wasn't a point of debate during the application process as to whether they were or were not in
Did you
the
just not
Thames
think about
Gateway.
it, though? Did you not have a view one way or the other as to whether they were in the growth area or the non-growth area? It's just something you hadn't thought about at the time of the officer's reports. Is that right?
No.
No.
And there was a fairly exhaustive process of going through, but the officer's report doesn't highlight the fact that the sites are within the Thames Gateway.
That's because you didn't think they were at this point. It's because you, as you explain, your view, at least at the point of drafting the statement
that's
case
fair.
plural, is because your view was that these sites are in the constraint areas, not the growth areas.
Yes.
That was your take at the time of both the officer's reports and the statements plural of case. Which means, and this is going to sound like a criticism, doesn't mean to be, but we agree then, don't we, that both the case officer reports and the statements of case were prepared on the basis of a fundamental misunderstanding of the spatial strategies application.
I don't think that there was a fundamental misapplication.
Whoopsie, because you remember you accepted about 30 seconds ago that understanding the two areas, which as we've agreed are fundamental to the spatial strategy, that was it, fundamental to get them right, that was the word that I put to you and you accepted, in order to come up with a correct application of the spatial strategy in the local plan. We've agreed that you got it wrong at the time of the case officer's report, and you got it wrong at the time of the statements of case, and it follows from that, as night follows day, I'm sorry to say, that you prepared all of those documents on the basis of a fundamental misunderstanding of the spatial strategies application to this case. It has to. Sorry.
I understand what you're saying, Mr. Simons. At the same time, if you make an assessment of the applications against the policies themselves, it's still an accurate assessment of the applications.
Right. We'll come on to how accurate it might be. But last go. We've agreed, do you remember, that the whole spatial strategy in this plan is underpinned by this two-area approach. Remember?
That then goes on to inform the policies themselves.
Hang on.
And the policies have been applied accurately and the application assessed against them.
So
it's just what I can comfortably say is there is no fundamental error with the way that the planning applications were assessed or the officers' reports were put together.
we shall see, Mr. Dygan. In any event, your take is, just for the inspector, this is your evidence, as you've just given it for the last 2 or 3 minutes. You have accepted repeatedly that the spatial strategy is underpinned by and reflects this two-area approach that was much debated at the local plan examination and was endorsed in the, by the inspector and is reflected in the local plan itself. You have accepted that a proper understanding of that two-area approach is, quote, fundamental to the correct application of the spatial strategy to a given case, and yet your view, notwithstanding all of that, is that in this case you got it completely wrong, but it made no difference to your application of the spatial strategy here.
No, and I think
Have I summarised everything correctly?
if you would like me to take you through the officer report
No.
on a policy by policy basis, I can explain how I've accurately assessed the application against those
That's
policies.
not answering my question. Just answer the question. Have I summarised your position correctly, which is to say your take is I got it right, even though I got the thing that underpins it fundamentally wrong? That's your take?
Yes.
Right. So that's for the inspector to dwell on, but that accurately captures your position. I got the area wrong, but it didn't matter. Okay. That was the position repeatedly expressed. It's got loads of other references as well, but I won't take the inspector to them unless it would assist. But that formulation about being not in the growth areas permeates the statements of case, and it's also in your proof of evidence as well.
That's right. I think the reason that it is replicated, you've got 2 applications, so if it appears in relation to
it's
one...
not a criticism. I'm just saying I'm just saying I won't go to all the references where it's because it's the same thing repeated both north and south several times, and it's in your proof of evidence as well, verbatim, which is not a criticism, it's just a fact, right?
Yes.
In the restraint area, not the growth area. Should we just show the reference to it in your proof, or a reference is 3.44 to 45 in your proof of evidence. I'll just read it out very quickly. Sorry. Sorry, 3.44. Yes, this is the bit that you've crossed out now. Yeah, so previously in your proof, your proof as submitted on page 18 said all this stuff at 3.44 and 3.45. Now, that wasn't a drafting error in the sense of it being a typo. At the time that you wrote the statements of case, that accurately reflected your understanding of the situation.
Yes.
So if you just take out your errata sheet, I think your errata sheet is CD 38.6.4.
It is, yes.
Just let the inspector go. Yeah. Oh, you've got it in hard copy. So you've got these 3.44, about halfway down, 3.44 and 3.45, replace the paragraph with the following. Then there's new wording. Do you see?
Yes.
And then in square brackets, it says reason a drafting error has referred to the sites being outside the Thames Gateway. You see?
Yes, I do.
And you've just agreed that reason is wrong. It wasn't a drafting error. It was an analytical error that you made. You actually got it wrong. It's not a typo. You fundamentally misunderstood the spatial approach in this local plan, didn't you?
Yes, so I could have changed the word drafting to an error, for example.
Yeah, you could. Could have changed it to something that would accurately conveyed the error that you'd made, because it wasn't about drafting. It actually, you thought you'd got it right, and you'd got it fundamentally wrong.
So I accept that. However, it doesn't change my conclusions, and
No.
it doesn't undermine the rest of my analysis.
Well, so you say, so you think, you think, and that's why I tried to encapsulate your case before in a few bullet points. You think I got it fundamentally wrong on a growth strategy 2A area thing that underpins the spatial strategy, but it makes no difference.
No, just to explain, it doesn't make a difference in terms of the way you assess major development in the Kent Downs National Landscape. It doesn't influence the way you interpret policies around the Kent Science Park.
No.
Nor does it change the way that you
No.
assess, everything from impacts to ancient woodland, or whether it be ecology impacts or impacts to the habitat regulations and so forth.
No, and it makes absolutely no difference at all whether or not you're considering major development within the major growth area to which the plan directs 85% of growth, or outside in the area where the plan says we should constrain growth and only put 15% of growth. No difference at all to a proper understanding of consonance with the spatial strategy.
It certainly doesn't make a difference if you're trying to understand the MPPF policies or paragraphs in relation to Kent
About the
Downs.
spatial strategy, Mr. Dygan. Spatial strategy in the plan, not the MPPF, makes your take. Your take is, actually, no, we are in the major growth area where 85% of growth goes, but actually, don't worry, it doesn't make the blind bit of difference to assessing the degree of compliance with the plan's overall spatial strategy. I'm just going to pretend I'm going to decide that no other conclusions require amending, because my conclusions have been impeccable on ancient woodland and on AOMB and everything
The way you interpret and apply policy in relation to things like the Kent Downs doesn't alter whether you're within or without of the high growth area.
What about the spatial strategy? That's what I keep asking you about. The spatial strategy. We're trying to understand the extent to which a major development on the edge of Sittingbourne in the growth area would be consonant with the overall direction of travel that promulgated through the local plan. Your take is, well, it doesn't make any difference whether we're within the area or the growth area or not. That's your take when it comes to adducing extent of accordance with the spatial strategy. That's your take.
Sorry, so I do understand what you're saying.
I understand it, but do you agree with it?
Yes, I agree with it.
You agree that it makes, on your evidence, no difference at all whether we're within the area or not, the growth area. Now,
it does make a difference as to whether you're in the growth area or not within the growth area.
It does.
Insofar as you can definitely say it's within the area of high growth.
Great.
That doesn't change the way that you would apply policies to a planning application.
Okay, so again, in the end, it makes, just to be clear, the fact that you've made this error makes on your evidence. Obviously, we don't agree with you. We don't accept it. But I'm just to crystallise what you're saying. You're saying to the inspector, I've made this error. It has literally no bearing on my fundamental planning conclusions in this case at all.
No, it doesn't. And out of the area of high growth, the area of low growth, there are different planning policies set for those areas.
There are.
Now, the planning applications are set within a physical place within the borough.
Mm-hmm.
The policies that apply to them have been applied appropriately.
Okay.
It's not as if I applied a low growth area policy to the planning applications which are in a high growth area.
Great. Thank you. Well, we're going to come to those policies, obviously. Righto. Can I just ask you this?
Yeah.
When did you realise you'd made a mistake on this topic? Chronologically.
Yeah, so pretty much immediately, or as soon as I read the applicants, very soon after we'd sent our statement of case out.
Soon after the statement of case was sent out.
Because your proof's wrong.
Yeah, the proof.
No, you're correct. It was clearly after the proofs came out.
Gosh, you were off there by about 6 months. So it was just the other week. Just not. It was 8. Sorry, I'm not.
No, that's
losing track of time myself. Planning proofs were exchanged ages ago, weren't they? Sorry, I'm losing my sense of. So it was not until after you finalised.
It had after my proof.
Golly.
Well, it was definitely after my proof because I put it
right.
in my proof.
No, and obviously your proof
Yeah.
is wrong on that score, which is hence the errata. But okay.
No,
right.
the errata, there are other things that I've identified.
That are
So I didn't issue an errata sheet and then another and another.
No, I know.
I tried to.
No, I know.
Yeah.
There's no criticism of that. Okay, fine. Thank you. Right then. Back to the plan. We were on PDF, I think 52.
Yes.
And we've just been over how the approach at 4.3.7 on 52, the plan explains that the two planning areas set the context for the for the strategies for the settlements that we're coming to now. And then it turns to at 4.3.9 and following, the settlement tiers, do you see?
Yes.
So, have you got that, madam, as well? Thank you. Then there's the table on the next page, 4.3.1, that sets out the settlement tiers.
Yes.
Sittingbourne, far and away, it is the main borough urban centre, all services, job opportunities, good transport, primary focus for everything. Housing, retail, employment, other developments, concentration of services, facilities, population from widest area. Sittingbourne's at the top. Yep.
Yes.
All right. We get a bit more info as to why or how those are reduced. If you turn on to PDF 54.
Yes.
There's the heat map, or if I'm calling it that, an indicative map of accessibility to services. Do you see?
Yes, I do.
And that, just to be clear, obviously it's self-explanatory, really. I think there's been an audit of accessibility to things like petrol stations and post offices and pubs and things, and schools, cash points. It's all explained in the bottom right-hand corner. And the closer you are to those things, the further you go from green up to purple, right?
Yes.
Whatever that is. I'm going to call it purple. I might be wrong, but the pinky purple. Pink.
The only thing I would say, having been out there, so you can see Sittingbourne has a red flag. If you move to the right, you can see Bapchild has a green flag.
Yep.
And then I can see you've got Rodmersham Green has got a flag as well.
It does, yeah.
And in between Bapchild and Rodmersham Green is the
some of the scheme, isn't it?
some of the scheme, but also Rodmersham Church Street Conservation Area and the Grade 1 listed church.
Yeah.
That's within the pink area. I've been there, and there are no cash points or building.
Well, no, obviously there are no cash points there, but look, probably not. No cash points has moved on, but that's not what it's testing, is it, Mr. Duggan? You can see on the right-hand side, it's doing a relative exercise.
Okay.
It's not about whether there's a cash point in Rodmersham Green or whatever. It's about how close these areas are compared to other areas within Swale to come up with a relative assessment of degrees of accessibility, right?
Yes, yes, that's fine.
Yes, that's fine. And starting point is that quite a lot of our sites are already in the purple area or the pink area.
Yep.
And the pink area, this is obvious, I'm sure the inspectors are well ahead of this, but the pink areas are not coterminous with the settlement boundaries.
No.
So it's not as if the pink area is just within the sort of technical settlement boundaries. This is actually a sort of on-the-ground assessment that was done in 2000 and it looks like it might have been 2011, not sure. But anyway, to inform the local plan. And the pink areas extend to both bits of the north and the south of our site. But the good news is that actually, if these schemes were approved, one of the things that's going to happen is that the pink areas are going to increase in size.
It would.
Because the people are going to have lots more access to all the things, both through our scheme, without our scheme, through new bus routes, through all the on-site facilities, local centres, pubs, new schools, everything, new convenience stores. The pink areas are going to get much bigger because the areas around, Rodmersham Green, etc., with the bit where it starts to turn green, those are going to become much more accessible than they are at the moment.
Yes.
Yep. Okay. which means that functionally, in terms of access to services and facilities, our scheme, 2 applications, would have the effect of extending Sittingbourne. It would extend the pink area, or whatever, I'm calling it pink or purple, in terms of accessibility to services and facilities that surround Sittingbourne itself. We would extend that out.
You would extend the area of pink.
Yes.
And I'd just distinguish that from saying that the schemes are extensions to Sittingbourne.
Yes. Oh gosh, no. Yeah, we don't want to start saying that they're extensions to Sittingbourne for reasons that we'll come back to in
Yep.
DM8's language, because you really don't think they are, do you? But we can agree that functionally they would be, so far as access to services and facilities are concerned.
They would certainly extend the pink area, yes.
And the reason that you think we're not extensions, just to sort of cut to the chase, is because not all of the not all of the applications are literally contiguous to the built-up area boundaries. Is that correct?
There are portions of the scheme which are clearly extensions to Sittingbourne,
Yep.
and then there are large portions of it which don't act as an extension to
Yeah,
Sittingbourne.
no, I know, that's not an answer. Just listen. The reason you think they're not extensions is because you think that in order to be an extension, something has to be literally contiguous to, adjacent to, touching the built-up area boundary. Is that correct or not?
No, it's just because there have already been extensions to Sittingbourne which are beyond the built-up boundary.
I know, beyond, we know it's beyond. Does it have, in your opinion, I'm just trying to work out what you think, okay? There's not a trick. I'm trying to get you to tell the inspector.
No, I know. So in addition to being adjacent to the built-up boundary, if, for example, there was already an extension to Sittingbourne approved, for example, the Swanstreet Avenue, or another similar development which has been approved, which is an extension, and then as part of the Highsted schemes, they backed onto that, for example.
Okay.
But there would need to be to be an extension, it would need to actually, at some point, extend the thing that it is an extension to.
And your interpretation of that word extend in this context, your meaning, but when you keep talking about extending, you mean
Well,
it has to be...
It must extend a settlement.
No, hang on, just listen. You think that it has to adjoin in the sense of being touching, contiguous to, either the built-up area boundary or an existing physical extension to that boundary.
So I don't think it needs to be touching.
You don't think it does?
No, I don't think it needs to be touching.
Okay.
If it is close, across the road and not far away, but if it's...
Across the road. So if it's either touching or over the road from...
That kind of proximity where it's
talking
quite...
a few yards rather than anything more significant.
Something which is obviously an extension, not a separate
I
settlement.
know, but you can't... I know you're saying obviously an extension. I'm asking you to elaborate on what you think an extension means. You can't just say, well, if it's obviously an extension, to answer that.
Okay, I'll take the dictionary.
Evaluate. So you think that an extension, means it's either touching the built-up area boundary or it's a few yards away, either from the built-up area boundary or something that's already extended the built-up area boundary in the same way.
Where it has an obvious linkage with the thing that it's extending.
Okay, ooh, that's interesting. Right, so your formulation then is, so it can be further away than a few yards. I'm wrong to focus, am I, on distance?
No, I think distance is part of it. I'm not suggesting that if you had a road between the new development and the existing, I wouldn't be sort of, you need to be practical about this, that's near as joined on to it.
Sure.
I'm just saying that there are elements of the proposals which are very far away from Sittingbourne, and I can't see how you could call them an extension to it.
Clarify, actually, that if you already have an extension, like Eden Village, for example.
I'm not sure which one Eden Village is.
Is it called Eden Village? It's just as you look at the map, that's sort of left of Swanstreet Avenue, that bit that comes down. I thought it was called
Eden Village, I think. Eden Village.
Anyway, so are you saying that if it's adjoining something like that, which is already an extension, and you can't extend it any further, is that what you're saying?
So if it's extending an existing settlement,
Well, if it's extending an existing extension to an existing...
then I would be comfortable with that. I think I'm less comfortable when it's quite clearly across the other side of the valley and has no physical relationship at all.
Thank you.
Okay, all righty. Thank you. Well, more on that when we get to DM8. The role of built-up area boundaries, what they're actually for, that's explained from 4.3.11. So, 4.3.11, based upon those settlements with more significant concentrations of existing development, built-up area boundaries are defined on the proposals map, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let's just be clear. We had a big old discussion about 11D, out-of-datedness, all of that stuff. The built-up area boundaries are obviously out of date, aren't they?
Yes.
For several reasons. We don't need to go into all the reasons, but they are out of date.
Yes.
And they're out of date in a way that is material to the weight that they should garner in the planning balance.
Aren't
they?
Yes.
Thank you.
Now, it rather depends whether there are any footnote 7 issues which are engaged.
It doesn't. That depends on whether the tilted balance at 11D2 is engaged. Doesn't depend on whether they're out of date. Went over that.
Okay, so I take your point. It doesn't affect whether they're out of date, but
that's all I'm asking you.
Whether okay.
Thank you. Okay. So we've got some built-up area boundaries, including obviously one around Sittingbourne. We know it's out of date. It's out of date for a number of reasons, including reasons that go to weight. And let's then just touch on. Hang on. The policy, which is on, there it is, sorry, PDF 57. Is policy ST3.
Yes.
Policy ST3, PDF 57, the Swale settlement strategy. Right?
Yes.
This is a policy, I won't go through it all in detail, the inspector's seen it already. So this is the settlement strategy. Number 1 is the main borough urban centre of Sittingbourne will provide the primary urban focus for growth, etc. Other areas noted and explained. Paragraph 5, at locations in the open countryside outside built-up area boundaries, do you see? Development will be permitted unless supported by national policy and able to demonstrate it would contribute to a number, and where appropriate, enhancing the intrinsic value, landscape setting, etc. of the countryside.
Yes.
Okay. So it's not, even this plan, to be fair to it, I suppose, is not actually blanket ban outside settlement boundaries.
No, it's not.
Including if you can be supported by national policy and other things, it's possible
yes.
to fall under, you can, ST35 could support you. But actually, maybe it doesn't matter too much because ST3 is at least throughout, but at ST31 and ST35, the policy's operation is predicated on the settlement boundaries. You're either inside or you're outside them.
Yes, but I take your point. If you go to 5, outside the settlement, shall not will not be permitted unless supported by national policy and able to participate by protecting, and we're enhancing. So if it's supported by national planning policy, for example, the MPPF, and you're dealing appropriately with landscape setting, tranquility, and so forth, then it could well be that there's not an objection in principle if you're outside of the settlement boundary.
That's what we've, agreed, absolutely. But actually, maybe it doesn't matter too much because the operation of whether you're in 1, or whether you're in 5, or wherever else you might be, depends on how the settlement boundaries were drawn at the time, doesn't it?
Yes.
And the settlement boundaries are out of date.
Yes.
Which means ST3 is out of date as well, because its application depends on settlement boundaries that are long in the tooth and do not reflect contemporary planning policy.
Particularly if it's housing development.
Sure. Okay. So it's particularly out of date for housing. Fine. Okay, let's move on then to ST4 on page 62. If you've got that.
I do.
Sets out the allocations that were being made at that time in all the different locations, just for the inspector's sort of note. And then moving just beyond it, just if you scroll just through all of those allocations, you get to a heading, Our Area Strategies.
Yes.
Which starts at 4.3.42. Now, right?
Yes.
And it's these areas that are the, if you like, these are the specific strategies that the wider ST1 and ST3 and the other things are sort of building towards, and the 2-area strategy and all of that. This is the plan going area by area. Correct?
Yes.
This is what you kept talking about earlier. You know, when I was taking you to the big 2 plan areas, you said, but this is a plan that actually distinguishes different settlement areas and gives a more detailed strategy for them. I'm summarising what you said, but this is the bit that we're talking about now.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so we better look at it then. So the first one is our strategy for the Sittingbourne area, right?
Yes.
And we'll find out what it is in a minute, but the first thing to say about the Sittingbourne area is that is not denoted or delineated by the built-up area boundary, is it? Sittingbourne area, as we see in the first paragraph, yes, it covers the main town, sure it does, but it covers loads of other places too, like Tenham, Newington, Iwade, a series of villages between the borough, the Medway towns, Tenham in the east, the coast of Swale, Medway to the M2, I'm reading quickly, but all of that stuff, right?
Yes.
Both applications are in full within, not outside, within the Sittingbourne area, as defined by the local plan.
Apart from the bit south of the M2.
Apart from the bit south of the M2, that's true. Apart from the junction to the south of the M2, everything else sits within the Sittingbourne area as defined by the local plan.
Yes.
So whenever the inspector sees references to the Sittingbourne area, she knows that other than the motorway junction south of the motorway, we're in it.
Yes.
Okay. It talks about the vision, a few lines down in 4.3.43, Sittingbourne transformed into an attractive, competitive and prosperous town, etc., etc. It talks about employment land at 4.3.45 in this area. Talks about generous in scale, second line down, attractiveness, may diminish supply. It says, do you see, further land will be identified as part of a local plan review?
I do.
So further employment land, the idea
Yeah.
was, this is 4.3.45, penultimate line would come forward through a local plan review, and this is the same review that obviously never happened, which is another reason that the local plan is out of date. Isn't it?
Yes.
Now, just picking up on references to highways improvements in this description of all the different things in the Sittingbourne area. On page 68,
Have you got a paragraph number?
I do. I've 68 and 4.3.57. In fact, let's just start, 4.3.56 would be
Okay.
the right place to start. 4.3.56 talks about all the allocations that are being made in the area. The allocations will give rise to a series of improvements needed to the highway network, notably at junction 249, Key Street, Grovehurst, etc. And then 4.3.57, although not required to support current local plan growth targets, the final section of the northern relief road to the A2 is needed to improve traffic and air quality conditions in the central and eastern areas of the town. It'll enable full benefits of changes in traffic management in the town centre to be realised. They're identified in the area of search policy, obviously. You see?
I do.
Okay. So the need, see this is expressed through the policy as well, but there's no doubt that the need to complete the Northern Relief Road is a given, so far as the local plan's concerned. It wasn't needing, it didn't think it needed to be done then in order to meet its then targets, but obviously things have moved on. The needs in the local plan and the need to complete it and indeed to do the Southern Road are both things that this council accepts today, as we discussed last week.
Sorry, you're asking whether we still feel that it's needed?
Well, you do. You told us last week that it is. I mean, you
know, that's right. I just didn't quite hear your question.
We agree. I mean, I'm noting that the needs in the local plan for the Northern Road.
Yes, it is.
And in fact, things have moved on in as much as the council today
We still seek
supports
it.
the need for the Northern Road, and you also support the need in principle in highways terms for the Southern Road as well.
Yes, on the back of KCC supporting the Southern
Yes.
Relief Road.
Thank you.
Ma'am, if you just draw your attention to one, this is in relation to the Northern Relief Road, within the local plan at PDF page 93.
Hang on. 93. Yes. Oh, sorry. I don't know what you're about to say.
5.2.32.
5. Yeah.
That's a paragraph, has a number of bullet points immediately below it. The fourth bullet point, and shall I just read that? And this is within a bit of the plan that talks about highway-related matters. Following changes to the land uses expected in central Sittingbourne, the final A2 link section of the Sittingbourne Northern Relief Road is no longer imperative to enable this regeneration to proceed, the bridge section having relieved the worst of the town centre congestion. Instead, this road will function as part of a local distributor network rather than a bypass to the town. However, and this now trips onto the next page. However, the final section of the Sittingbourne Northern Relief Road will relieve congestion to the A2 to the east of the town centre, open up opportunities for regeneration and redesign of the town centre itself, achieve an alternative route in the case of accidents, and reduce traffic flows running on Low Mass Road. Okay. That's just in the context of what we were just talking about, that there's a need for the final section of the Northern Relief Road and some further commentary as to how the council sees it working. I would note that the recent consultation, when I say consultation, statement of common ground from KCC, is that in their view, the highway infrastructure would alleviate traffic congestion to the east of Sittingbourne town.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So as it stands, as I've said, and as you've confirmed repeatedly, need accepted and supported for Northern Road and Southern Road by Swale, in highways terms.
In highway terms, yes.
Okay. Okay, right. ST5, which is the policy that sets out the strategy. So if you turn back to ST5, it is on PDF 70.
My computer's just frozen.
Oh, no.
Let's come back, don't worry. So ST5.
That's right. 70. Right. Right. Okay.
My system's working again.
Good. ST5. Now, this is the Sittingbourne area strategy. Yeah?
Yes.
And it tells us that it operates, quote, within the Sittingbourne area.
Yes.
So just to be clear, I know this might be obvious, but just to be clear for the inspector on the application of this policy, it absolutely includes all but the motorway junction underneath the bit of the motorway junction that's underneath the motorway. All the rest of our scheme falls within the area which is governed by ST5.
Yes.
The town is the principal urban centre. Okay. Town is the principal urban centre and focus for the main concentration of developments in and adjacent to the town. Do you see?
Yes.
So we also know just straight away that this is not a policy that's only interested in developments within settlement boundaries. It's
No.
based on the concept of the area, firstly, and secondly, we're told straight away that wherever the town is, it's also places that are adjacent to the town that are the focus for development concentration.
It's a broad policy.
It's a broad policy that covers the
Well,
area.
it covers lots of different topics.
No, I'm not asking about topics at the moment. I'm asking about geographical scope. Because I want it to, some policies, would simply say, we will set out a Sittingbourne strategy for that which falls within the settlement boundary or whatever. But this is not one of those policies. This covers an area, doesn't it?
So covers the vitality of the town.
No, geographically. I know it covers lots of different topic areas. Geographically, it covers the Sittingbourne area, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And it also relates to when it even starts to focus in on where development should happen. It doesn't just say it should be in the town. It should be within or adjacent to the town, falling within the area. It's the first sentence, I'm paraphrasing. You see?
Sorry, are you talking about one, or are you talking to the before you even get to one?
Before you even get
Yep,
to one.
okay, yes,
Within the
so-
Sittingbourne area, the town's the principal urban centre. Just to be paused there, it doesn't just say the town as defined by built-up area boundaries, does it?
No, but Sittingbourne town is defined, as it were, and there is a map that shows its geographic extent.
Even if it were just interested in built-up area boundaries, number one, we know they're out of date, don't we? As we've agreed.
Yes.
And number two, the focus for the main concentration of developments, so it doesn't say all developments, it says the focus for the main concentration, doesn't it?
Yes.
Is
In
in
and
and
Adjacent.
adjacent. So this is not a policy when it sets its geographical scope, is only focusing on that which falls within what we agree anyway are out-of-date settlement boundaries. It takes a more holistic approach.
And it mentions adjacent to the town.
Yeah, it's within the area. The main concentration is in and adjacent to the town. And adjacency, I suppose, in the end, is a question of judgment.
Yeah,
Is it your case that our schemes are not adjacent to Sittingbourne?
It's my case that there are parts of your scheme which are clearly adjacent to the town,
Okay.
and that there are also large parts which are not adjacent.
And when it comes to, we obviously don't accept this, but trying to understand where you're at, when you're thinking about adjacency to the town, those bits, it's going to be difficult to explain.
Do you want to go to a plan?
No,
or
not yet.
Yeah.
I'm trying to avoid it just for time. If there's a bit of our scheme that is adjacent to another part of the scheme that is adjacent to Sittingbourne, God, it's not going to work, is it?
I know what you mean.
If what I'm saying is, should adjacency be looked at the scheme as a whole? So if there's a part of the scheme that's further flung from Sittingbourne, but it's next to a bit that you accept as adjacent to Sittingbourne, shouldn't the whole thing be looked at as adjacent, or do you subdivide it up?
What I would suggest is imagine, and it's just, if you take it to its illogical conclusion, can you imagine if you had a situation where one house was actually adjacent to Sittingbourne, and then 7,000 other houses that trailed off the back of that?
Yeah.
You end up with an illogical situation where,
Yeah.
because one very small piece of my scheme
Okay.
is adjacent, thereby by default everything else is.
That's that
So
sort of
it's just
reductio ad
it's just
absurdum thing, isn't it?
a question of being reasonable and logical.
Oh, let's see about being reasonable and logical. Let's see if you can do that. So if you just take up, just to sort of test your, your take it to
Okay.
a third extreme thing. Take out the
A plan?
northern parameter plan. Just to see if we can do it. So it's the would it be the parameter plan that's best?
Maybe a structuring plans are quite good.
Thank you. Let's just do. Before I turn to, is there any of the north that you accept as adjacent to Sittingbourne or not?
Could we just open it so I can
Sure.
remind
Okay, so
myself?
2.15. think. That's the parameter for the north, isn't it? Hopefully.
It is the parameter for the north.
Maybe just look at the whole thing. But anyway. Well, I don't mind if it's. I think so. Got the commitments on it. I can't see the structuring. Anyway,
That parameter plan, I'm happy to talk to that if that. Well, over to you. Whichever plan you want to go to, Mr. Simons.
what's the chord? If you give me one, madam, we'll go to. If you've got a chord op ref, we'll,
Okay.
just for the north. Which what's the chord op for that?
2.7.
Oh, 2.7. Yeah, sorry. 2.7. Don't. No, that's fine. It's 2.7 is the structuring plan. Thank you. So, just sort of, well, I was going to say simple question. Maybe it's not. Is any of the scheme that we're looking at, in your opinion, adjacent to the town of Sittingbourne?
No,
Okay.
but can I qualify that? Clearly, the relief road is adjacent to, and you can see north of the railway line where it starts to get to Swale Way.
Mm-hmm.
So you can clearly see that the road is adjacent to it.
Mm-hmm.
However, I think that there is a difference between saying that the Northern Relief Road is adjacent to Sittingbourne town, and therefore the residential development, which is at the eastern end of the site, is therefore by default an extension to Sittingbourne.
So your position is, other than the road, none of the northern scheme is adjacent to Sittingbourne. That's your position.
That's what I'm
And
saying.
then, thank you. And when it comes to
Yeah,
the
do you want to look at the southern scheme?
Sorry.
Sorry.
When you're talking about Sittingbourne, you're not including here Blackchild or Tenham.
No.
Even though, just to be clear, the whole thing is within the Sittingbourne area as defined by the plan, but you're saying that Sittingbourne sort of built-up area boundary of the town as delineated on the local plan, etc., that's the thing that you're adjudicating on when it comes to adjacency.
And this
Is
is
that correct?
yes.
Yeah.
Now, you will recall that we were talking about how you can have committed development.
Yeah.
Okay, so on this plan, for example, it actually shows the whole of Stones Farm as committed. A lot of it's been built out. But what you can see is kind of the area of search. Beyond the Northern Relief Road is an area of Tong Country Park, which is green space, and then you've got the dwellings associated with Stones Farm. What I'm not suggesting is that and it's not, but if the housing were for some reason at the other end of the development, at the western end, far closer to Stones Farm, then you could reasonably say, no, that's an extension.
Got it.
So that would be all right. It's in the gap, but
Well, yeah, sorry, it's just for the purposes of an extension. Obviously, you wouldn't have it in a gap and you need to maintain the open space. This was just for, what do I think is an extension, what don't I think is an
I see,
extension.
okay.
All right.
But I think if it's at the eastern end of the site, you could argue it's an extension to Tenham, but I don't think you can argue it's an extension to the town of Sittingbourne.
It is an extension to Tenham, isn't it? I mean, from your perspective, on your analysis, you were saying that you could argue that. You would argue that on your analysis it is an extension to Tenham.
I would, yeah.
You would. All right, so that's that one. And then on the south...
Now, on the south,
Hang on.
can we just get plans?
Yep, so 8.12 is the structuring plan on the south.
it's a jolly big file.
Oh, all right. Well, go on then. Well, which bits are adjacent to the town, in your opinion?
Okay, just bear with me for a moment. I'm just waiting for it to open, bear with.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question of clarification? Are these questions going only to ST5, or are we to infer that they go to DM8 as well? Because obviously the wording's different in the policies. Thank you.
Go for it. Are there any bits that are adjacent within the language of ST5 to... Any bits that are adjacent within the language of ST5 of the southern scheme, in your opinion?
So let me go back to, I'm just making sure I'm... So which part of ST5 are you referring to?
The bit that says adjacent to, the bit that I've read out, first sentence. You don't. I'm asking you: are there any bits of our scheme that are in or adjacent to Sittingbourne from your perspective? And then so far you've said no, other than the Northern Relief Road.
I think you said
Which is with it, which is on this
I was
plan.
asking about the southern scheme. Is it?
Yeah.
Is it?
We're on the southern scheme now.
I'm sorry. Did you say? I missed you saying that. Is it just Highsted North? Is that what you're saying? Is the bit that's bit of the southern scheme that's adjacent to the town? Is that right?
That's my view.
Got it. All right. Thank you. So even though you have a scheme that, taken as a whole, if you look at the south or look at the cumulative, involves development that you agree is adjacent to Sittingbourne as a town, your position is the right thing to do, if you like, is to, what's the right word, disaggregate and say, yes, well, parts of the scheme might be adjacent to, but other parts aren't adjacent to, and therefore, as a whole, it's not covered by the first sentence of ST5. You with me? That's what you're doing.
So
Have you got me?
I do, but can you link me to, because I cannot recall what I've said about this within my analysis of the scheme.
You've not said much about it. I'm asking you about your analysis of ST5, which is the policy I'm reading out to you at the moment.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I just can't recall exactly what I said about ST5 in relation to the planning applications and whether I would need to go to my proof, if I may.
Sure. Oh no, of course. You can go wherever you like. I'll see if you deal with it in your proof. You don't really. Let's see. Oh no, hang on. You say non-accordance with ST5.
Part 4 and Part 6.
Yeah. There's a few. So most of it's harm to the countryside stuff, rather than actually this bit. I'm not sure you actually do deal with the bit I'm asking you about here, which is to say, what is the geographical extent of ST5? There's a few references to it, but I don't think...
So I have a table, within my proof, and it just...
So it's on page 124.
And 128 for the southern scheme.
Yeah.
And so I'm just looking at page 128.
Yeah.
I'm looking at ST5, and I identified that parts 4 and 6, that there is a conflict.
Mm-hmm.
The cross-reference is location of employment space, location of housing, and in relation to part 6, the effects on surrounding settlements.
Yeah.
So just looking at Part 4, provide housing mixed uses within Sittingbourne town centre or at other sites within urban villages, confines or as extensions to settlements where indicated by proposed allocations. And the scheme wouldn't accord with that.
No, I'm not. Let's just try and keep on track if we can.
Yeah.
Which is to say, maybe on the right. I've asked you about what you think in or adjacent to the town means, and you've explained. So what
Okay.
I'm asking you about, what follows from your understanding. You haven't addressed this in your proof. The thing that I'm asking you about.
Yeah. Okay.
When it comes to your take is that most of the scheme should be found to not be within the area described by the first sentence of ST5. Let me just repeat that. Your take is, as I understand it, that most of our scheme should be considered to be outside the area described by the first sentence of ST5. Is that correct?
So that's correct. And I'll just qualify that, Ma'am. In addressing Mr. Simon's question, part of what I'm thinking about is DM8.
Yep.
Now, this is a different policy.
We're going to come to DM8. Let's try and keep on track. DM8's a whole different policy.
So what I'm thinking about is the term adjacent, but what I've described to you in terms of things that I think are adjacent and things that are further away and wouldn't really be adjacent,
Exactly.
still hold true for this policy.
Yeah. Okay. Which means, just one more go, which means that what you're asking the inspector to do, in effect, is to not look at the scheme as a whole, where some of it is we agree adjacent to, and decide whether it's adjacent. You're asking her to subdivide it, to disaggregate it, and to say, yes, okay, some bits are adjacent and other bits of the scheme are not. That is your the approach you urge on her when it comes to ST5.
No, the policy doesn't ask to make judgments about whether something is adjacent to the town or not.
You see, it literally says that in the first sentence.
Okay, it
Literally
also says
says it.
development proposals will, as appropriate...
No, just before you get there, it sets out a spatial focus for development within the area. Do you not think it matters whether you're, how that is to be applied?
So when you come to apply development management policies, what you do is to have a look at what's being proposed and what the policy requires you to do. The policy requires you to establish...
Don't go through all the sub-bullets. I'm asking you about the first sentence. The policy is saying that within the Sittingbourne area, the town is the principal urban... I've read it out already.
Yep.
I'm asking you whether or not... That first sentence describes a geographical area, does it not?
Yes.
And I'm asking you about whether or not your interpretation is that the schemes as a whole fall within or outside the area that is described by that first sentence. You tell me that some of it falls within and some of it falls outside. Correct?
Yep. No.
That's what you said.
So, it talks about developments in and adjacent to the town. Clearly, there's a big... So, parts of the scheme are development, and including the road, whether that's got built form or not, it's not a building, but it is still development. And you would say that that is adjacent to the town.
Yeah, I know. So just listen. All right, I'm going to move on. I'm just going to have one more go because it is important.
No, please do.
I really want you to listen. I know it's been a long day and we've got another long day tomorrow. Well, it hasn't been that long. Well, then please try and listen. Listen. All I'm doing at the moment is trying to tease out what you think. We're not even getting into what we think. What you think is that I think, as I understand it, the correct approach to adjacency under ST5 in this first sentence is that one should not consider the entirety of the scheme as a whole. One should look at parts of the scheme. One should disaggregate it and say, yes, some parts of the scheme might be adjacent, like Highsted North or the road. Other parts of the scheme are not adjacent, and therefore, overall, it's not adjacent or doesn't fall within this sentence. That is the logic of what you are suggesting, is it not?
No, it's not. Those parts which are adjacent to it would fit within this description as being adjacent, and those parts of the site, whether it be highways or other development, which are further away and clearly disconnected, are not adjacent to the town.
And therefore, it follows that your logic relies on the inspector recommending to the Secretary of State that the scheme be disaggregated for the purpose of answering this part of the policy.
I just don't understand why...
Disaggregated. Do you get it? Because you've said some parts do and other parts don't. So the only way you can do that is if you take the scheme apart. If you take what's in the red line and you say, oh, well, some bits are, other bits aren't. Do you understand that that is what you are asking the Secretary of State to do?
So I'm asking that, but the policy doesn't then require that to be undertaken.
That's the point, Mr. Dygan. What you're doing is completely at odds with the wording of the policy, as you have just explained inadvertently, I think. But anyway, the point is that's your approach.
I disagree. The way I've interpreted it is quite logical. You take the development, it asks a series of questions for that development to comply with, and that doesn't require you to establish whether part of it is adjacent to the town or not.
Jolly good. Thank you very much. Okay. Right. I think we might do it at
4:30.
potentially 4:30. So I'll look for a... I don't know. Would this be a good time to do that? Well, as in... Let's absolutely. No, it's a good time in terms of the with the flow, as it were. Sure.
Okay.
4:45, so it's time for the inquiry to resume. So just 3/4 of an hour then.
3/4 of an hour.
Yep.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Dygan, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
DM8. So that's on plan page 241.
241.
Yeah.
I have it.
Thank you. That was very fast. You were quick off the blocks. So, DM8, one of the most important policies for determining the applications. Right?
Yes.
It's out of date. Right?
Yes.
It's out of date, and it also obviously proceeds and doesn't reflect the latest assessment of affordable housing need through the council's most recent SHMAR exercise.
So the policy as written doesn't reflect the. It doesn't actually give the overall borough number.
That wasn't what I was saying. It was drafted against.
It was drafted at
old
the time before.
evidence.
Yes. Yes.
So it's deemed out of date, and it's substantively out of date as well. It's out of date.
Yes.
Okay.
Deemed out of date.
Sorry,
Do you wanna
to
just
break that
explain
down.
that to
Of
people?
course.
I
Sorry.
don't know whether
Sorry.
everyone understands.
So, deemed out of date in consequence of the operation of footnote 8 of the MPPF and 11D, and it's substantively out of date in consequence of the fact that it doesn't reflect the latest assessment of housing need. We agree on that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, that's datedness, but what about weight? At the time that you wrote the committee reports, you gave a view on how much weight DM8 should be given. If you just if you would keep DM8 somewhere handy, if you would, and take out just for instance, the Southern Committee report, which is called document 12.1.
1 minute.
Gosh, that was very quick. So it's 12.1.
You were saying about the footnote.
Yes, I am.
I'm just struggling a bit to see why it's out of date because of that.
It's because it was footnote 8 read together with the first sentence of 11D. So that is to say, we agree, Mr. Dygan and me, that DM8 is one of the, quote, most important policies for the determination of these applications.
Yes, it's most
so we agree
important.
there.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And it is therefore out of date in consequence of footnote 8, i.e. there's no 5-year housing land supply. So footnote 8 gives us...
Yeah, but what... Oh, I see what you mean, yes. Yeah,
so
I see what you mean.
because of that, that's when I say
Okay,
deeming,
sorry.
I mean by automatic operation of just one of the consequences. But it's not just deemed out of date, it's also substantively out of date as well.
Because of the SHMAR.
Because of the SHMA. And that, all of that we agree on.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Okay, so that's date, but what about weight? So core document 12.1.
Yes.
Just let the inspector get there too. This is the... 12.1 is the committee report for the South. You can put landscape away. Okay. So, 12.1 Southern Report, turn to PDF 98. Is everyone there? No. Are you there, Mr. Duggan?
Just bear with me.
No problem. No. So it's paragraph 7.7.
Yes, I'm there.
Thank you. Okay, right, here we go. The MPPF sets out the requirement for setting appropriate affordable housing levels based on up-to-date evidence. DM8 sets out the approach to securing affordable housing on development proposals of 11 or more dwellings, underpinned by viability evidence that's informed a zonal approach. such that for Sittingbourne Town urban extensions and highway, 10%. Percentages are set out for other locations, all other areas 40%. We'll come on to this obviously in more detail. I'm just getting to what you say at the end.
Yep.
The areas in DM8 are not defined on the map. So that's the first thing. Whatever areas we're talking about in DM8, they're not drawn anywhere.
No.
You say that in terms of conformity with the framework, DM8 carries limited weight.
Yes.
So, limited weight DM8 in your southern report, and the same comment is made just for the inspector's note in the northern report, limited weight for DM8, and just to give the inspector the reference, it's identical drafting, so we don't need to look at it, but it's northern report, paragraph 7.6.1. So that was then. That was November 24, limited weight to DM8.
Yes.
Now, here's my question. We agree DM8's out of date, deemed out of date, substantively out of date. You assessed in November 24 that DM8 should attract limited weight. My question is, has there been any material change in planning circumstances to justify any departure from that view?
So it's not really a yes or no question.
It's not a what, sorry?
I'm just going to explain.
If you could, at some point, drop in a yes or a no,
Yeah,
that
okay.
would be really good, because it is a yes or it's literally a yes or no question.
Okay.
So I'll just remind you of the question, then answer in whatever way you like.
Okay.
But do answer, and so you are
Very
going to have
good.
to give a yes or no. So we agree out of date. We agreed, if you like, limited weight, or you said limited weight back in November. The question is, has there been any material change in planning considerations, circumstances since November, so as to justify bumping up the weight attributed to DM8?
No, and I'll just qualify
No.
that. It's not that there's been a change in circumstance.
Okay.
It's been that I've had another good 6 months to think about and analyse not only that policy, but the other policies that I think are relevant for the determination in relation to consistency with the MPPF. And also just to, at the time, this is back in March, I was dealing with another inquiry, and as part of that, required to consider and revisit all of the plan policies in relation to that scheme, including DM8. So in essence, I've had quite a bit of time to reconsider what weight I think should be given to policy DM8. And in addition to that, because I've been exposed to other appeals and seen how inspectors have placed weight on the affordable housing policy, I've had more time to think about it, and I've reconsidered it. And actually, when I look at the consistency of the policy with the MPPF, I think it's more consistent than I had thought. And I also think that other decision makers have placed a lot more than limited weight on it, which is why I've changed my view as to what the weight is.
So just to sort of put it in a nutshell, limited in November. Since November, there's been no material change in planning circumstances other than, well, that doesn't, full stop, but you have rethought.
Yes.
And now you think it's
Significant.
significant weight. So it's gone up from limited to significant, even though there's been no material change in circumstances to justify a change.
Are you talking about conflict with the plan, or I mean with the
'Cause you-
policy?
The way,
or are you
the consistency of the policy with the MPPF.
Oh,
It's
I
more-
see.
It
Right.
goes further, doesn't it? Because you think there's conflict with DM8, don't you?
Yes.
And so how much weight the policy gets in terms of conformity with the
Well, the
framework?
conflict with it,
Conflict
not the
with,
policy.
sorry.
'Cause remember, it's policy. That's the first
It
section.
certainly is.
78,
Certainly is. Section 38.6. That's right.
Yeah.
In terms of the extent of accordance with DM8, you think there's conflict with it, and you attribute, well, you were attributing limited weight to conflict with DM8, and now you're attributing significant weight. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right.
So two things, ma'am. What weight would you give the policy in terms of consistency?
Anyway, because
Yeah.
it's a policy, but
Yeah.
I know that various people think that's not right, but I've
No,
never been
you're
challenged on it.
you give conflict or accordance with the policy. You reduce conflict with it, and you give the conflict significant weight now. You gave it limited weight in November. Nothing's changed materially between those two dates, other than you've read some more appeal decisions and you've thought about it more.
You are correct.
Okay, great. All right, so let's work out what it actually says.
You're talking about consistency with the framework, though, weren't you? Which is a slightly different thing, isn't it? What do you mean by that?
Do answer by moment.
Sorry.
No, please, go for it.
Just bear with me. I'm trying to think of the paragraph within the MPPF.
I mean, 2 on 5 at the back, I think. Or 2 on
Yeah,
2, the one that talks about you
the
give weight in
glossary.
accordance with consistency.
Yes.
Yeah, whatever it
Let
is.
me just get it up. It is,
49?
I think
No.
it's the bit, it's the end, beginning of, it's policy, paragraph 232, which says, I'm wondering, I don't know what you're talking about, but is it 232 that says you should give due weight according to degree of consistency with the framework?
Yes, you're right, Mr. Simons. I was thinking of 232.
Yeah.
So just to understand, if you have a policy which is out of date, can I place any weight on it? The indication here is it depends on whether it's consistent with the NPPF or not.
Yeah.
So I tried to understand whether DMA, whether or not it is consistent, and if so, to what degree, lesser or greater.
I see.
Then undertake the assessment, and then in terms of conformity or conflict with the policy, what weight I would give that conflict.
All right.
And ultimately, we end up with, I think there is a conflict that carries significant weight.
Yeah. So just to break it down, you thought back in November that it was not consistent with the NPPF because.
I hadn't set out an explanation as to why that
but
was.
what? So that's why I'm asking you. What? Because.
Because I hadn't obviously given it as much thought as I had at the moment.
That's not an answer. Come on.
What's the lack
What
of
was the reason?
consistency all about? Why isn't it consistent?
Why wasn't it in your view? You think it is now, to be fair, but you didn't think it was then. So why didn't you think it was in November?
So, for example, it refers to 11 dwellings, and the NPPF refers to the threshold for affordable housing being 10.
That it? That was the only reason you gave it limited weight?
There's 3 or 4 reasons, Mr. Simons.
What are the other ones?
There's a question about on-site delivery. The NPPF is very clear that affordable housing should be delivered on-site. The DM8 doesn't require that. There's no detail about the type of affordable housing.
No, that's true.
And
No, there's no.
Okay.
but that isn't expressed explicitly within the officer's reports. But those are a couple of the reasons why I didn't think that the policy's not. It's out. The plan's out of date. The policy is out of date. I'm looking at the consistency with the NPPF.
Yeah.
It's not necessarily fully consistent. And at that point, I gave it limited weight.
And those issues that you've just listed don't trouble you anymore because you've decided, au contraire, it's now significantly consistent with the NPPF.
Those same issues do persist. It still doesn't. It refers to 11 dwellings, not
Sure.
10.
No, obviously, but I'm saying they don't trouble you anymore because you've reversed your view. Even though the policy's the same, NPPF's materially the same, your view's transformed. So it follows that all the issues that you had with it back in November, you've.
No, I still have some issues with it. Otherwise, I'd be giving it very significant weight.
Oh, right. Okay. Righto. So, let's see. DM8, page 241.
Just a minute. Yep.
Okay. For development of 11 or more, ... provision will be made. Has everyone got? Have you got the policy, madam? Yeah.
Yeah.
Provision will be made for affordable housing as follows. And probably the biggest debate between us rests on the interpretation of what comes under subsection 1. There are other debates as well, but if we just start on 1. So, 1. In accordance with the affordable housing target ranges, and as appropriate to the local housing market areas as follows, right?
Yes.
And then there's a table. But before we get to the table, this is a policy, as this sentence that I've just read to you, in accordance with.
Yeah.
This matches target ranges to local housing market areas, doesn't it? That's what it does.
And as appropriate. in
Hang
accordance with.
on. Have a crack at answering it before you read bits of it out. Do you accept that what the logic of this, I mean, the table obviously makes it even more explicit, but I'm just starting with the sentence. You're looking at a match between, on the one hand, affordable housing target ranges, and on the other hand, what the plan describes as, quote, local housing market areas.
Yeah, I see that, yes.
You see that and you agree? You agree? I mean, I know you can read it, but I'm saying, do you
Yes, I agree that it says that, yes.
agree that it says that? And the meaning of what it
Sorry, I
says-
agree it matches, yes.
So that's what's
It
happening.
matches one against the other.
And that is the logic of the table that comes. When we see area in the blue, dark blue, that's local housing market area. When we
Yep.
see affordable housing percentage, that's affordable housing target range.
Yes.
So that's really important. I say it's really important. It's not for me to say. So when the inspector sees in table 7.3.1 the word area in the blue line at the top, we agree, she can record that we agree that that refers to local housing market areas. And when she sees affordable housing percentage sought, we can agree that that's affordable housing, quote, target ranges. That's what it means.
That's what it says.
That's what it means. It doesn't say that, it just says the word area. But we know, because we're reading the policy as a whole, I know this might sound obvious, but you haven't accepted this until now. When it says area in the dark blue heading,
Yes.
that means local housing market area, as the sentence makes blindingly obvious.
No, and it can't
Oh.
do.
Oh, so it's not what it says. Sorry, okay. Let's have
And
another
just to qualify that, there isn't a housing market
go. I'm
area.
going to come to whether there is one or not in a minute. Slow down. So,
But I'm qualifying that, Mr. Simons, if you let me finish. I'm saying that it can't be a local housing market area. Within the local plan, the Sittingbourne town local housing market area is not defined. So you've got something within the area column at line 2 saying Sittingbourne town urban extensions,
yeah.
which is meant to align with a local housing market area. However, there is not one.
Oh, I see. So yours, what you're right? Okay, let's just take it in stages. You're saying if there were one, then my reading of it would be correct. Is that right?
What I'm suggesting.
Just answer yes or no.
All right, sorry, please say your question again, Mr.
If there were a Sittingbourne local housing market area, then my reading would be the right one. But there isn't one that's defined anywhere, so I can't be right.
So,
Have I understood what your position is?
yes.
Good.
What I would say is I think that there seems to be a confusion within the plan, a lack of clarity around what a local housing market area is.
Yeah.
In other parts of the plan, they are defined in terms of they give postcodes and the names of towns that are within a particular area.
Yeah.
Yet I find a disparity in this table that doesn't relate to those definitions in other parts
Let's
of the
just
plan.
slow down, 'cause you're going ahead to other bits of the plan that you're not taking us to. Let me just ask you these questions, okay? So. We agree, don't we, that the structure or the logic of the sentence that introduces this table is to compare affordable housing target ranges to local housing market areas.
Yes.
So if it were possible to read the table in a way that's consistent with that objective, you'd be reading the table in a way that's consistent with the purpose of the policy, because that's what the policy's for.
Yes.
Okay.
And I would qualify that because there seems to be an issue around local housing market areas.
I don't think what you're doing is qualifying your answer. I'm just asking, we agree. There's no qualification. You agree with me.
Well, there is a qualification. You know, you're saying that, look, you've got local housing market areas must be matched to the affordable housing target, but there is a confusion there because the local housing market areas don't tally with the areas that are set out within the policy.
Just slow
There's a
down.
disconnect
Slow
there.
down. There might be, but just slow down before you start reading what's in the table. It's really important if we're going to get anywhere here.
It is
Hang
really
on,
important.
Hang on. It's really important that we just start with what the logic of the policy actually is, and then we'll get into the detailed drafting. I'm not at the detailed drafting yet. I'm at the logic. The logic, I think we agree on, and let's just be clear. The logic of DM81 is to match affordable housing target ranges to local housing market areas, is it not? And that we've agreed.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so that's the logic. Now we have to see if the policy can be read in a way that's consistent with that logic, or is, if you say, it can't. And so that's what we need to examine. Now, before we do that, can we try and set this sort of parameter? You agree, don't you, that when we're considering local plans, any local plan, not just this one, it's really important not to read policies in silos. The plan has to be read as a whole.
Yes, equally, policies should be straightforward. When you read them, you should be able to understand them.
No, but this one isn't, is it? Because we've spent already 20 minutes arguing about the first sentence. So it's important,
the
isn't
author
it?
of the policy must have drafted it to be useful to people that would be using it, such as property developers and planning applicants,
Sure. And the
without having them have to read through the entire plan in order to get a grasp of what the affordable housing provision might be for a particular site.
So do you accept or not that it's a valid exercise when construing a policy like this to review what else the local plan has to tell us about where local...
Yes, of course.
Okay, so that's all I was asking. No qualification required. So we agree when it comes to DM8 that it is a valid, and indeed it's a pretty obvious thing to do, isn't it, to consider what else the plan has to tell us about where local housing market areas may be. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And armed with that common ground, we turn ourselves to PDF 102.
Yes.
One moment. 102.
102.
And we see there's a table 5.3.1 that crosses 102 over to 103. This bit's about different sorts of housing: older persons, housing by ethnicity, by groups, by type, by mix, affordability. So it begins, just so everyone's clear, that the section starts on PDF 98, and it's a section called, sorry? Sure. It's called Delivering a Wide Choice of High Quality Homes, and then it goes through different sorts of homes. Okay. So, yes.
Sorry, it's 5.3.21, is that right?
Let me just find it. I've just lost it again.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're quite right. Exactly
Okay.
right. Yeah, just below that. Below that,
I'm
there's a table.
Yes.
Now. So this table is part of the housing section of the local plan. Correct?
Yes.
It is a table that describes things that it calls local housing market areas, isn't it?
5.3.1. Yes.
So if one were interested in reading the plan as a whole and one wanted to find out what different local housing market areas include, this table would be a relevant place to look.
Yes, and I qualify that again, for someone interpreting policy DM8 and then to have an expectation that they then flip to this part of the plan would seem to me to be overly complex, and it would be unusual that the authors of the local plan would have intended for property developers to have to do this to understand how to interpret policy DM8.
Pity the poor property developers who have to turn all of 100 pages in a plan to work out whether they're in a different local housing market area. But why don't we not worry about their plight? Why don't we worry about interpreting the policy? We agree that DM8, we've already agreed, DM8 has to be interpreted with reference to the plan as a whole. This is a relevant bit of the plan as a whole. This is a relevant place to turn if you're trying to understand what local housing market areas mean in the plan as a whole. Correct? All agreed.
Sorry, you asked me about 5 questions there.
Well, I'm summarising things I've already asked you and you've already answered. Do you agree with all of them as you have just
Could you run through them again slightly more slowly,
Sure.
please?
DM8 talks about local housing market areas. It doesn't define them, does it?
No.
So we agree that in order to work out what the plan means by local housing market areas, it's material to consider the plan as a whole.
Yes.
And this is a relevant place in the plan to go to when considering what local housing market areas might mean under the plan as a whole.
Yes, and if I could say that you could stop at the policy without, and I could have said, for example, actually, there's the policy. It should be straightforward to read and understand.
It's not. Because you've said it's not. You've said it. There's no map. It doesn't. It talks about areas, but it doesn't map them. It doesn't give us postcodes within the policy. If you're to understand what a local housing market area is under the policy, you can't infer it from the policy because it doesn't tell you.
So when we go back to the policy, you'll see, for example, it refers to Sittingbourne Town extensions and iWade.
Yeah.
They're quite self-explanatory. Sittingbourne Town, you can understand what that is without having to read 5.2.31 at page.
Yeah. But what you can't do is work out what is within or without the Sittingbourne local housing market area, can you? Not within the policy itself.
Not within the policy itself.
And we've agreed that the logic and the purpose of the policy is predicated on matching affordable housing targets to local housing market areas, just as it says.
So clearly there is
Just answer. Come on. We've agreed it. You've accepted it. This is a policy that seeks...
Yes, it does.
Thank you. And so if we want to apply the policy in accordance with its own logic and its own purposes, we simply cannot do that just focusing on the policy itself because it doesn't tell us where the housing market areas are. But happy days, the plan does.
The plan doesn't.
You'll find it does. If you look at table 5.3.1, there is a heading, and the heading is the Sittingbourne Local Housing Market Area. Do you see?
I do see.
Now just to pause there, you see it? There's nowhere else, is there, that you rely on for some sort of alternative definition of the Sittingbourne Local Housing Market Area. This is the only one.
Well, the only other places within policy DM8 where it says the local housing market area, and then it refers, for example, to Sittingbourne Town.
Hang on. Just slow down. Is there any other definition of the geographical extent of the Sittingbourne local housing market area? Because here, on pages 100 and 203, we've got postcode areas, and it includes Sittingbourne, the town, but it also includes a number of other places as well. I won't read it all out. And that is, under the plan, the Sittingbourne local housing market area, isn't it?
Yes.
And there's no other definition elsewhere in the plan of something called the Sittingbourne local housing market area, is there?
No.
And so when we return to, and we are, just to be clear, sorry, before we leave that table, just the inspector's got a note of your evidence. We are completely within the Sittingbourne local housing market area, where our houses are going anyway. It's completely within
the scheme is. This
scheme sits, we agree, completely within the Sittingbourne local housing market area, right?
But not for the purposes...
Hang on, get for the purposes of DM8, because I know that's where we disagree.
Okay, so
we agree
yes.
for the purposes of this table in the plan that it's within the Sittingbourne local housing market area, don't we?
Yes.
And we also agree that there's nowhere else that defines something called the Sittingbourne local housing market area, don't we?
No.
Okay, so then if we go to DM8, that is on page 241. Okay. This is an if question. It has to be an if question, this question, because you disagree with the premise of it. So you're going to have to deal with a hypothetical, okay?
Okay.
If the inspector decides that when we get to local housing market area, then there's area, if she reads that as local housing market area in the table,
Yep.
she sees the second row down that begins Sittingbourne Town. If the inspector decides to read that as a reference to the Sittingbourne local housing market area, we're in it.
Yes.
Okay. So whether or not we're in it depends in the first instance on whether or not that reference in the second row down is in fact a reference to the local housing market area for Sittingbourne or not.
Yes, that's fair.
Okay. That's the first thing. So if we are, just to follow that through, if we are in the Sittingbourne local, if it means Sittingbourne local housing market area under the definitions elsewhere in the plan, then there's no conflict with DM8 at all. All there is benefits from providing affordable housing.
Yep. So yes.
That's, again, another if question. You don't accept the premise.
Yep.
So that's our case. Now, your case is that when we get to local housing market area, then area, what the plan is doing, without telling us, is defining different local housing market areas for the purposes of DM8 than the local housing market areas that it has elsewhere. That's the premise of your position.
Yes, and further than that, so having defined it separately from the local housing market areas, it then doesn't go further to explain what they mean by Sittingbourne Town
Sure. So
or extensions or I-Way.
Weirdly, you're relying on that absence of explanation to support your position when in fact it supports my position. Because if I'm right that Sittingbourne local housing market area is a Sittingbourne Town, etc., is a reference to Sittingbourne local housing
wider
market
area,
then there's a full geographical explanation as to what's within it and what's without it, and it's the postcode map. But on your case, what the plan's doing, as if I understand it, on your case, this plan, when it gets to DM8, is casting aside completely the local housing market areas it's defined earlier on, and instead coming up with totally new areas that, even worse, it's not describing in any detail and not setting out on a plan. That's what's happening on your reading of this policy.
No, so yes.
Yes,
And, there are
right.
there are a couple of things that I would say. Mm-hmm. If we go into the supporting text,
Yeah?
there is reference to Sittingbourne Town and I-Wade in relation to lower values. And then I see within the policy Sittingbourne Town and I-Wade with reference to the 10%. In other words, viability is more challenging in those locations, and the policy actually requires 10% affordable housing within those two locations. And so to me, I think there is a disconnect between the definition of local housing market areas, which is defined, as we've seen before, as encompassing not only these villages but many others. And then what is put in the left-hand column here, which only refers to Sittingbourne Town, I-Wade and urban extensions.
Yeah. So again, it just comes back to the same thing, which is that you're asking the inspector to read this policy as casting aside an earlier definition of local housing market area, coming up with a totally new definition of a different area that is not explained in any detail or set out on a plan, and departs from an earlier definition without even telling us it's doing it. That's your case. That's the straightforward, simple, developer-friendly reading of this policy, in your opinion.
That's the logical reading of it, yes.
Logic, you say. That's logical, even though the logic we've agreed is to pin local housing market areas to affordable housing target.
It would be illogical in order to... so if you take the local housing market area, which includes Newington, for example, it mentions Sittingbourne Town and I-Wade, but then omits any reference to Newington and any of the other villages which were within the local housing market area. So there must be a reason why they've singled out Sittingbourne Town and I-Wade, but not those others.
We know that those are the postcodes and the areas that the Peter Brett study shows have lower values. I mean, there's not some sort of mystery. If the local housing market area means the Sittingbourne one, then we know exactly what it covers and we know exactly how it works, and we've agreed that if that were the case, there's no conflict at all. It's fully compliant with DM8 if local housing market area means what it says it does elsewhere in the plan. That's the if.
Yep.
If it doesn't mean, if you're right, and we've got a whole new set of areas without any introduction, explanation.
Well, they're not new. They've been in the plan since 2017.
No, news for the purposes of this bit of the plan. When you get to DM8 without any explanation or prelude, the plan on your case is defining a whole load of different areas to the local housing market areas earlier on in the plan without telling us. And if
certainly in relation to that second line.
That's what you're saying, yeah. Well, but not the others? Is it just that second line where you think it's creating a new local housing market area, or is it all of them?
I'd need to cross-reference.
Okay, so you haven't checked. But okay, on your case, for Sittingbourne Town, etc., there's a whole new local housing market area that's being drawn up without telling anyone what it includes. And that, you think, is the straightforward, easy and logical approach.
Well, there is a definition. Yes, I do. Sittingbourne Town, there is a diagram of that. you can tell what the boundaries of it are. You can tell whether you're in Iwade or within Sittingbourne.
And then when it comes to urban extensions, you have to, well, you think you have to be physically contiguous to the town boundary.
And that's consistent with, for example, the
Just to
Wisers
be
Lane
clear,
decision.
is that correct? When you see the phrase urban extension, I won't go over it because in the end the inspector's perfectly reach your own view. You read urban extension as meaning you're outside the settlement boundary, but you're physically, next to it, contiguous to it.
As near as, I'm not suggesting that
Over
if
the
you're
road
5
or-
metres away, yeah.
Okay, so it's the same sort of idea as the adjacency, your approach to adjacency under
Yes.
ST5. Okay. That's your straightforward, easy approach. And on your straightforward, easy, developer-friendly approach, you find that some of our schemes 10% and some of our schemes 40%.
Yes.
And you're not able to, well, you haven't drawn for us which bits are which. There's a blend, you say.
No, I have been clear. So do you know we've already looked at the plan, the Highsted North Residential Enclave, which is next to Highsted Road near Swanstreet Avenue?
That's 10%.
10%.
Your approach. Is that the only bit that's 10%?
That's my view.
So your view is that the developer-friendly, easy, logical approach is to disaggregate schemes that come to before Swale and to say, right, some parts of it are, in my judgment, adjacent extensions, some parts of it are too far away. I'm going to apply a, quote, blended approach and disaggregate it such that some of it's 10%, some of it's 40%, depending on how far away in the scheme I consider it to be. That's your approach.
Yes.
Yep, and that's the logical, straightforward approach that anyone could understand.
It's far more easy to understand than to try to go to a local housing market area and reconcile it with a policy that only speaks of Sittingbourne Town and Iwade.
Well, that's there we've crystallised something for the inspector to decide, I suppose.
Yep.
You also mentioned about housing target ranges. Well, they don't look like ranges, do they? A range has usually got top and bottom, hasn't it?
Well, I suppose there ranges to the extent that if you look at 5.
5.
Oh, sorry, sub 5. Sub as in sub paragraph 5 and then 6. They are the top end of ranges that reduce in accordance with viability.
Sorry, I've lost it now.
Oh, sorry.
Oh,
So if you look
can you
at
just remind me of the... Oh, I see, right, okay.
5C talks about the reduction down from whatever the target is in the event of viability evidence, etc.
I see.
Yep.
That's, yeah, okay.
So the approach you urge on the inspector and the Secretary of State to DMA is one that requires the disaggregation of an overall scheme into subparts and as an assessment of different subparts against different areas within Table 1. Yeah, that's correct.
Yes, I think that's much more straightforward than trying to find the definition of local housing market area and then trying to reconcile that with reference to Sittingbourne Town and Iwade, which are clearly subsets of the whole local housing market area.
Do you really think it's so hard to find? If you just do a word search on it, it takes about 3 seconds to find it.
I think you might be underplaying that. You've probably
Really?
looked at this in great detail over a number of
Suppose I'm pleading guilty.
applications and inquiries and so forth, and be much more familiar with it than a property developer who's trying to figure out whether his site is likely to require 40% or 10%.
Sorry, go on. I didn't mean to cut you off.
I'll leave it there.
Fine. So, okay, the inspector, that's the debate between us on that part of the case. So we know, don't we, from the inspector's report and indeed the evidence that underpins this policy, that what the purpose of this policy is, it's to encourage delivery in the areas of Sittingbourne and Sheppey where there are known to be significant viability and infrastructure delivery challenges.
That's correct.
We know that our scheme, that's the purpose. We know that the policy should be interpreted with regard to its purpose. Shouldn't it?
Yes.
Sorry, can you just repeat that?
The policy should be interpreted with regard to its purpose. And here, which we agree on, Mr. Dygan said, and here the purpose is to encourage delivery in the areas of Sittingbourne and Sheppey with the known challenges that we've been over a lot today.
Sittingbourne and Iwade
No, not just Sittingbourne and Iwade, the areas of Sittingbourne and Sheppey and elsewhere. And it's not just the town centre boundaries, it's the area of Sittingbourne that is identified in the spatial strategy, as we've seen.
I'd have to go back to the inspector's decision to read what she said. Sorry, I cannot recall what she said.
This is a scheme, as we know, that involves really significant infrastructure costs, as
Yes.
Kent have been going over. So layering top end 40%, obviously, just to be clear, just take a step back. You accept that actually the primary affordable housing offer is fully in accordance with this policy. The extent of conflict that you adduce only comes about in relation to the upper limit set by the review
that's correct.
mechanism. So actually, the quantum of affordable meets and exceeds what the relevant, or meets anyway, the relevant policy requirement.
Yes, it does. So there's no problem there at all.
No problem that, just to be clear, I don't want it to be misunderstood. It's the
No,
debate that we're
you're
having
agreed.
at the moment relates
There's
not
no
to,
issue with that. It's just the cap.
It's to do with the upper cap that flows out of the review mechanism. That's what this is about. Anyway, so imposing a 40% cap, which is the cap that you're seeking, 40%, which would put us in all other rural areas, it is a cap that would be relevant if, well, it assumes that we're not within the Sittingbourne local housing market area.
Was that a question?
Yep, doesn't it?
It is a cap. Oh, sorry, Mr. Simons, could you say that again?
Assumes that we're not in the Sittingbourne local housing market area. Or not.
It assumes that you're not in Sittingbourne or Iwade.
Okay, or that we're not an urban extension to Sittingbourne. Okay, so it assumes that the local housing market area is not the relevant unit for the purposes of the left-hand side of the
Has
table.
to.
Has to do that. And it's also inconsistent with the purpose of the policy, because you'd be applying top-end target to a scheme where we know there are major infrastructure costs, which is exactly the problem sought to be avoided by the inspector when she set these targets in the first place.
That's provided for by Part 5 of the policy. It doesn't make the target wrong. It just means that if the scheme cannot afford to meet the target, that's fine, subject to showing that it's not viable to do so.
It does make the target wrong. It's not supportive of your reading of the target, because the other rural area bit of the policy that relates to the 40%, as we can see from the inspector's report, assumes a world where those schemes are not bearing significant infrastructure costs. She explains that. And that's why it is what it is. We know that the Sittingbourne stuff and the Sheppey stuff is going to be subject to significant costs, unlike the rest of the borough.
Sorry, was that a question?
Yeah. Do you remember that? Do you understand that?
Read the question again, please.
Sittingbourne schemes
Yes.
are subject to a lower percentage. We're going to run out of time now, I think, so I'll just try and... I think we'll in a minute pause. Unfortunately, it'll be in the middle of DNA. Unfortunately,
yeah.
We'll have to come back to it tomorrow. Sittingbourne schemes are subject to a lower target, in part because it's expected they'll be subject to significant infrastructure costs in a way that's not the case in Faversham or out in the countryside. Remember or not?
Sorry, it just sounded like a statement. I didn't hear your question within that.
Do you recall that or not? Do you remember we went over the affordable housing section of the local plan report?
With the inspector's report.
All right, I think we'll pause there and I'll take you to it tomorrow.
Okay.
But so anyway, fine. We'll have to. Unfortunately, I'm sorry it's stopping a bit earlier, but we'll have to pick up on it tomorrow and take it a little bit slower if you can't remember. Just to give you a health check, if that's the right word, sense check. I know we're not doing all the policies in the plan, but it's going to be quite a lot of tomorrow. It could even be all of tomorrow. I hope it's. I'm going to obviously keep going as quickly as I can. I had.
Housekeeping was the first thing.
Yeah.
Then there was policy.
Yeah, I know.
And then there were about 3 or 4 others.
I know. They're not all going to take as long. Well, I'll say.
Merging plans,
That's right.
benefits, balancing it.
That's right. Some of it's going to be quicker, but still, you're right. There's a lot.
So, I mean, on your best estimate,
Hope to finish tomorrow afternoon. I hope so. That's the plan. I think we should. Yes. If we have a full day, we had a 2-hour session and then we've had a sort of compressed bit. So if we do a full day tomorrow, it should be okay. And obviously I don't want to. I'm trying to move. I'm trying to balance moving quickly. Yeah, but I don't want to go too quickly, and I don't want to go too slow. You know, so it's But I'll keep. You know, the reason I'm mentioning it is there is a wad of stuff that we've not touched yet. So most of tomorrow, maybe all of tomorrow. That's my best guesstimate.
You weren't here. Well, maybe. Oh gosh, I'll put that on. You do know, but we've got 2 more days.
Yes.
Yeah.
In the
conditions.
second of the 2 weeks that we've got before the last week, and that's the Monday and Tuesday. Just so you know, I don't know.
Yeah. So as I understand it, we're sort of going to be running a day late tomorrow. So
I think
How
half
long
a day.
How long
Because
we take, doesn't it?
Well, no, because it's got me cross-examining tomorrow. It's just that we were supposed to start my examination in chief tomorrow as well, and I
We're
think
not
that's
going to do that, are
unlikely.
we?
No. So I think it's half a day late.
Right. Well, anyway, and we thought we would actually be a little bit early on Friday, didn't we?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Some hope. But you know, so we might catch up.
Okay.
Who knows? And on that pleasant note, I look forward to seeing you all at 9:30 tomorrow. The inquiry's adjourned till then. Thank